Good afternoon, everybody. Opening of council today. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. We acknowledge this country and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as traditional custodians, their language, songs and dance. We pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. May we continue to peacefully walk together in respect and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare prescribed and or declarable conflicts of interests where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Are there any apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Murphy will be absent today, and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye.
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 No, or raise your hands. Thank you. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,668th meeting held on Tuesday, the 7th of December 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,668th meeting of Council held on the 7th of December 2021 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aaron, hold for a sec.
Aye.
The contrary, no.
No.
The ayes have it. Councillors, we have public participants today. I'd like to call on Mrs. Lee Elwood Brown and Mrs. Madeline Wright, who will address the council, the chamber, on Purple Park benches and domestic violence awareness. Mrs. Elwood Brown and Mrs. Wright, I believe we have you co-located and you'll be brought online. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Can you see us? Oh, yes. Sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors. My name is Lee Elwood Brown and my colleague is Madeline Wright. We represent Soroptimist International of Brisbane and Soroptimist International of Brisbane South. Since the charter of our clubs in Brisbane in 1949 and 1990, our clubs have volunteered for women and girls in Brisbane for a collective of 114 years. Founded in 1921, Soroptimist International, or SI as we are known, is a global volunteer movement of around 72,000 club members in 121 countries that advocates for human rights and gender equality for women and girls. We have 21 of our own United Nations representatives in 7 UN centres around the globe. Our advocacy work and on-the-ground projects directly contribute to helping women and girls access their human rights across the world. We'd like to have on your record our appreciation of Mr. Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors of the Brisbane City Council recognising our 100-year centenary of Soroptimist International by hosting a civic reception for us on the 5th of October 2021, and also the lighting up of the bridges and city in our Soroptimist colours of blue and gold on the 30th of September 2021. Social media beamed these images of our beautiful city around the globe. The World Bank states that gender-based violence or violence against women and girls is a global pandemic that affects 1 in 3 women in their lifetime. In Queensland, the police stats reflect in excess of 110,000 domestic and family violence occurrences in a 9-month timeframe from the 1st of July 2020 to the 31st, 2021. Family, domestic and sexual violence is a major national health and welfare issue that can have lifelong impacts for victims and people who use violence, the perpetrators. Purple is the colour associated worldwide with the domestic violence awareness movement. Purple bench seats were first installed in Nova Scotia, Canada in 2015 to mark the 25th anniversary of the death of local woman Barb Bailey, who was murdered by her violent husband. Since then, purple benches have appeared across America and more recently in Australia to honour the victims of domestic and family violence and to increase awareness of the issues faced every day by some women and children. Local councils within Australia that have already placed purple bench seats in critical locations are Logan, Gold Coast, Northern Territory, WA, Victoria and New South Wales. Each bench displays a plaque with details of local domestic violence support contacts. When people see a purple bench or sit on a purple bench, they take the time to remember the victims of domestic violence and to reach out and assist anyone they think may be in a vulnerable situation. The plaque provides the key contacts to find help for such a situation. The most important point of the purple benches is to start a conversation. Soroptimist of Brisbane and Brisbane South clubs asked for the partnership of Brisbane City Council for the placement of purple bench seats in each suburb in key positions such as outside the family court, outside libraries or children's playgrounds, places that women would routinely gather. To summarise, a bench seat coloured purple that represents the international DV awareness movement, displaying a plaque for local DV support contacts and placed in carefully calculated positions where women would normally gather will hopefully help many women and girls around Brisbane. In return, we offer to provide volunteer partnership for citywide projects or awareness programs for homelessness of women and girls or violence against women and girls. We thank you for your time and consideration today. Please do not hesitate to ask for further information if you would like. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elwood-Brown and Mrs. Wright. Councillor Howard, I see your hand up. Are you responding, please, on behalf of Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, can I thank Mrs. Elwood-Brown and Mrs. Wright for their presentation today. It's always difficult, of course, when we have to do these things via Zoom, but your message is such an important one, and I know the work of the Soroptimists is just so very important. I really want to thank you for raising this awareness. The Shrinner Council is fully aware of the importance of addressing domestic violence across Brisbane. And as a council, we're proud to support a number of mechanisms to do so. And of course, while the Queensland Government is the lead agency for domestic and family violence prevention and response in Queensland, in May 2020, Council released our domestic and family violence strategy, which aims to support the right of all people to live free from violence, abuse or intimidation. This strategy highlights that Council has an important role to play in educating and supporting the community on their responsibilities to stop behaviours and acts of violence before they start. And this support is often done in partnerships with community organisations just such as yours. And some of the actions within our domestic violence strategy include providing domestic and family violence leave for all our Brisbane City Council staff, fundraising for charities and support services and promoting these services to employees, delivering the community housing partnership and that provides housing to some of our more vulnerable residents, and through working with community organisations such as Micah Projects, Communify and Beyond DV to deliver services to our vulnerable residents through our Pathways Out of Homelessness grant program. Council also has a record supporting awareness campaigns and initiatives in Brisbane, including the Zonta Says No to Violence Against Women campaign and the Red Bench project with Red Rose International. Now, we've supported the Red Rose Foundation going back several years in raising awareness for domestic violence through the installation of a number of red benches across high-profile locations in Brisbane, such as Stones Corner and within the Powerhouse Park. And Council recognises that there is still much work to be done, especially in collaboration with community organisations such as the Soroptimist International, to both raise awareness and address the issues of domestic violence. It's great to know that Council has a history working with your organisation, and noting that for the past 5 years, Soroptimist International have been the recipients of senior celebration donations and the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, and we certainly look forward to continuing to engage with you in your efforts through the Purple Bench initiative. Going forward, I would encourage you to reach out to your local councillor to determine an appropriate location that may be best suited to install a purple bench, and certainly to raise that awareness and provide support to those experiencing domestic violence. So again, Mrs. Elwood-Brown and Mrs. Wright, thank you for taking the time today to address Council and for the collective work of the Soroptimist International to raise awareness in this very important issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Excuse me. We move on to item 4 on the agenda. Question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a City Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Atwood, I see your hand raised. Question to you.
Yeah. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, 2 weeks ago, you announced another relief package for Brisbane businesses and community groups which have been affected by the latest coronavirus outbreak. Can you please update the Chamber on how important this targeted relief like this is, including what other relief could be provided from other levels of government?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you for the question, Councillor Atwood. Certainly it wasn't the start to the year that we were all hoping for from a pandemic point of view. There was a great sense of optimism in the second part of last year in the lead up to Christmas. We saw confidence returning in many ways. We saw a lot more people out. And it's interesting because when you look at foot traffic in the Queen Street Mall, it does tell you a lot about how people are feeling and how they're viewing their, I guess, desire to come out and about. And in the lead up to the end of last year, we saw foot traffic in the Queen Street Mall getting to 88% of pre-pandemic levels. So it was really approaching very close to normal levels, and we saw a lot of people out. But then going into the beginning of this year, we saw a lot of that activity evaporate overnight. Now, obviously we're now approaching 2 years into this pandemic, and it is the first time that we have had any large-scale community transmission of COVID. And so we're seeing that play out in front of us, and we're all watching very carefully, and we're all taking the appropriate precautions. But one of the things that so many people have done is they've decided to stay away from the shops, stay away from offices, stay away from hospitality venues, and we've seen the evidence of that right across the economy. And so in recent times, we've seen foot traffic in the Queen Street Mall, for example, drop to less than half of pre-pandemic levels. So I think from memory, it was 46% of pre-pandemic levels. So it went from 88% before Christmas down to 46%. And that is indicative of the challenges that many businesses are facing. And we know that a lot of the state and federal programs that existed in the beginning of the pandemic now have come to an end or have wound back. And so I thought it was appropriate as the leader of this city to make sure we do what we can to provide support in a way that we can. Targeted support in a way that we know made a difference in the beginning of the pandemic. And so we've implemented a package, which I announced recently, of support for local businesses using the same techniques and targeting that we used in the beginning of the pandemic. Things such as waiving fees for food and hospitality related businesses and businesses that have contact with council, businesses that pay rent to council, including community groups as well, and other organisations that pay rent to council. So we've implemented that. We did it proactively, and it has been remarkably well received across the community. Obviously, many business people would like to see more happening at all three levels of government. And I note with interest the package that was introduced by the New South Wales government just in recent days of $1 billion of support. Now, obviously, I've said in previous meetings on previous occasions that our support, because we are a council and because of the much lower size of our budget, has to be targeted. And so we target that support to the businesses that we deal with, the businesses that we have touch points with, or the businesses that we regulate. But over and above that, we've supported so many more businesses through our procurement policies. And we've seen in the past 12 months, almost $1 billion of contracts going to local businesses here in Brisbane and in Southeast Queensland. And that in itself has made a remarkable difference as well. So we'll continue doing our part to make sure that we are Australia's most small business friendly council. That is something that has been part of our DNA from day one as an administration. It's something we believe in, something we will continue to support. And this latest package of relief for at least one quarter is something that we believe is the right thing to do at the right time. Obviously, we'll track the business conditions and economic conditions over the coming weeks. And if we're still in the same situation that we're in going into the second quarter, then we're obviously happy to consider further relief at that time. But obviously, I think it's all of our hope that the economy will recover, and that as we come out at the other side of this Omicron peak, that people will come out again. We've heard the Premier's messaging just in recent days that it's back to school soon and also back to the office soon. And so hopefully that will deliver a positive flow-on effect right throughout the community and throughout business, so that those businesses that are really struggling right now can get their customers back. And those community groups that are struggling right now can get their members back. The sports clubs that are struggling can get their players back and get back to what we will see as a new...
Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you are not only a former student of the City Point Christian College, but also now a City Point parent. It is also listed on your public register of interest that you have made a donation of $500 or more to the City Point Foundation Trust. We know you are aware of the enrolment contract City Point has implemented, which states in part that the college will only enrol the student on the basis of the gender that corresponds to their biological sex. Another clause states that the college has the right to exclude a student from the college should they not adhere to the doctrinal precepts, including those as to biological sex. In 2016, you voted against a motion to support the legalisation of same-sex marriage. In 2020, you refused to remove petitions containing discriminatory, inaccurate and offensive statements, as well as hate speech about the LGBTQIQ+ community from the Brisbane City Council website. You've never attended Pride events in the city, and last night you have issued a statement saying you have concerns about the City Point contract, but you haven't said what those concerns are, or if you agree with the contents of the contract or not. Lord Mayor, do you agree with City Point's homophobic and transphobic position as laid out in their enrolment contract?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Now, I wonder if we'll see in this council meeting something different from Labor or the same. They ask a question time and time again.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a serious issue. The meeting's local laws requires the Lord Mayor to answer the question, not debate it. And I would ask you to draw the Lord Mayor back to the answer of the question, which he's not doing.
Councillor Johnston, the Lord Mayor was about 15 seconds into responding to the question. He has the floor.
Thank you. And the point I was making is that questions are asked week in, week out. I answer those questions, but members of the opposition, and including Councillor Johnston herself, actually never appear to actually listen to the answer that has been given. What they have week after week is a pre-prepared political strategy and no doubt a motion to come.
Point of order.
I certainly hope.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the meeting's local law require the Lord Mayor to answer the question, not debate it, as he is clearly doing. Can you please ask him to abide by the meeting's local law and answer the question?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. The Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so
Order.
simply...
No, Councillor Johnston.
I want to move dissent, and I'm allowed to move dissent in your ruling under the meetings local law. You've ruled against my point of order, and my next point of order is to move dissent in your ruling.
Dissent has
Are you
been,
allowing me to do so?
is there a seconder?
Yes.
Seconder, Steve Griffiths, Councillor Griffiths. Dissent has been moved in my last response to the point of order. All in favour of dissent, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Raise your hand.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division, been called by Councillor Johnston with no seconder. Lord Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, I certainly hope that things are different this week and that Councillor Cook and her colleagues and Councillor Johnson actually listen to the answers that I give and not just resort to their pre-prepared
You're
political
not answering
strategy.
the question. You're not even attempting.
And so I have made it clear already on the public record that I have concerns with what has been put forward by the school. And I have taken these up directly with the principal of the school. And in terms of the contract, I have not signed a contract. And so in terms of whether I support the views that Councillor Cook was referring to, the answer is really simple, Councillor Cook, and that is no.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, the Sri Lanka Council is working hard to be the most small business friendly council in the country. Could you please update the Chamber on how our 7-day payment policy is working to achieve this goal?
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hung, for the question. The Sri Lanka Council is committed to being Australia's most small business friendly council. We've just heard from the Lord Mayor about the relief package to support small business during this Omicron wave. And of course, that's not the only support we have seen from the Sri Lanka Council during this pandemic. We have invested over $60 million in emergency support for small business and our community. While fee relief and rent waivers provide vital support in the short term, we have also done the hard work to make sure that our support for business permeates all our interactions with the sector. When I speak to local businesses in my ward, they tell me how important cash flow is to their operations. I don't need to dwell on how challenging the past 2 years have been for our entire community. But boosting cash flow to local businesses during uncertain economic times is critical so that staff can keep getting paid, keeping food on the table for families, and covering the normal expenses of running an enterprise. In April 2020, we made the switch to 7-day payment terms for suppliers, a dramatic improvement from the standard 30-day terms. This was a key part of the Sri Lanka Council's economic recovery plan for Brisbane. Last year, this policy meant that $800 million, yes, that's right, $800 million, over 140,000 invoices was paid to more than 3,500 businesses within 7 days. This is benefiting sectors such as the building and construction companies, waste management, battery supplies, and plumbing services. And we've received so much positive feedback and support from Brisbane residents for this initiative. I want to read a quote from Mr. Rui Lopes. He's the General Manager of Murray's Eagle Alliance Earth Moving. He says, on any given day, our team is operational on over 30 council project sites. The introduction of the 7-day payment terms has made a huge difference. While we stringently balance our cash reserves, the payment terms provide a cash flow boost, enabling us to further support our suppliers during these challenging times. So, Mr. Chair, you can see how this seemingly simple change to how we process invoices has had a massive positive flow-on effect for the local economy. By working efficiently and daring to challenge the status quo, we can create better outcomes for everyone. Through you, Mr. Chair, I applaud the Lord Mayor for having the foresight and the conviction to introduce this policy. I know there are lots of enterprises and therefore local families who recognise this as a significant achievement. It doesn't end there with payment terms though. This goes hand in hand with our buy local procurement policy, giving extra weighting to local suppliers bidding to do work for their city. Our target is for 80% of our significant procurement spend to be with local suppliers. Mr. Chair, we continue to meet and beat this target. In the 2017-18 financial year, local buy was at 67%. Since mid-2019, just over 80% of the procurement spend, or $2.5 billion, has gone directly into the pockets of local businesses. And in the 21 calendar year alone, over $1 billion was invested with local firms, representing 83% of our procurement spend. From sparkies and plumbers to gardeners and labourers, the local businesses we engage with every day undertake work that is helping to make Brisbane even better. The Schrinner Council continues to engage with key stakeholders to ensure we're doing everything we can to support the local economy. Councillor Adams heads up the Small Business Roundtable, which is continuing the important work done by Councillor Allen with the Economic Recovery Task Force and also when the pandemic commenced. Feedback that we have received from the community is they want it to be easier to do business with council, and they want more opportunities and preference given to local suppliers wherever it is possible. So that's exactly what we've done, Mr. Chair. To truly support the economy takes more than words and promises. It requires commitment and action.
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Sri.
Off mute.
I can't hear you, Councillor Sri. Councillor Sri, we can't hear you. We might, Councillor Sri, come back to you. I'll take a further question. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, City Point Christian College has recently come under fire for an enrolment contract it's requiring parents to sign. You have used your position as Lord Mayor to promote this school in an official video recorded in your office. And you've said in that, and I quote, as a former student and now City Point parent, I'll always have a special place in my heart for this school. Lord Mayor, considering your personal beliefs and as a City Point parent and past student and public advocate for this school, will you now join the calls of tens of thousands of other Brisbane residents calling on this school to scrap that despicable contract?
Lord Mayor.
Mr. Chair, as I predicted, Councillor Cassidy did not listen to the last response that I gave. I made my position very clear, and I suggest that Councillor Cassidy listen to the answers that are given in the place.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
It was a very different question. Councillor Cook asked the Lord Mayor whether he would sign the contract, and he said he wouldn't sign the contract. My question is whether he would join the calls of tens of thousands of Brisbane residents in calling on this school to scrap that contract.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Have you got anything more to add to your answer, Lord Mayor?
I'm already on the record, Mr. Chair, having stated I have concerns with the contract. I'm already on the record just earlier saying I haven't signed the contract. And I'm already on the record saying I've raised my concerns directly with the school. What is also on the record is that the school has made it clear that they're reviewing their approach and the contract. And I'm also given some comfort by the public statements made by the principal that say City Point does not judge students on their sexuality or gender identity, and we would not make a decision about their enrolment in the college on that basis. So those things are all on the public record. I have answered the question and I have been very clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Point of order, Chair.
I've moved on to further.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. Who's making a point of order?
Oh, sorry, Chair. That's
Councillor Street.
Councillor Street. I was just checking you can hear the microphone now.
We can hear you now. I'll come back to you soon, Councillor Street.
Thank you. All good.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Under section 12, subsection 3, I move the suspension of standing rules to allow me to move the following motion: that Brisbane City Council condemns the discriminatory practice of the City Point Christian College and joins calls for its enrolment contract to be recalled. I've just sent that through.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Under 12.3, you need to establish the requirements under section 9.3 of the meeting local law as to why you couldn't put this motion forward for debate today. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. This motion couldn't have been submitted as a notified motion because this LNP Lord Mayor did not make any public statements until well after 1 p.m. yesterday. But when he did make a statement, and he's repeated them today, it left a lot of people scratching their heads. And we still don't really know the position of this city's leader on this important issue. Labor councillors call on each and every councillor here to stand up and condemn this discrimination. We need to show integrity and we need to show leadership. As the governing body of this city, we have a responsibility to take a stand on such matters. Each and every Brisbane resident deserves the right to feel safe, accepted and confident in themselves and their place in their own city. Now, this enrolment contract clearly discriminates based on the gender and sexuality of children. The contract states, and I'll quote, "The college will only enrol the student on the basis of the gender that corresponds to their biological sex." It goes on to say they have the right to exclude a student from the college should they not adhere to the doctrinal precepts, including those as to biological sex. Part of that enrolment contract also states that any form of sexual immorality, including but not limited to adultery, fornication, homosexual acts, bisexual acts, bestiality, incest, pedophilia and pornography is sinful and offensive to God and is destructive to human relationships and society. Chair, putting homosexuality and bisexuality in the same category as bestiality.
Excuse me, Councillor Cassidy, just a moment. Point of order, Councillor Adams.
3 minutes to say why he couldn't get it on by 1 o'clock yesterday, not to debate the motion, please.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, you can continue.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's 2022 and there is no place in our society for such backwards and discriminatory views.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
We need to be dealing...
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
I ask you to make a ruling on whether he is sticking with the local laws, which means he needs to explain why it couldn't be on the papers by 1 o'clock yesterday. If it is moved, we can debate it, but not in this 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. You need to establish why you were unable to put this on for debate as a motion before 1 o'clock today.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. I've been very clear about that. Not just councillors in this place here today, but all residents around Brisbane were waiting with bated breath to hear their Lord Mayor make a public statement condemning this contract from this school, a school that he is such a big public advocate for. We didn't get that yesterday and we still haven't got that today. And that's why we should debate this as a council to show that this council has integrity and leadership.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Adams.
Again, not the debate. Why wasn't it on the motion? If he's done the answer to why not 1 o'clock, let's move on to the vote.
Okay. I think you've established your point, Councillor Cassidy, you are moving into a motion debate point rather than establishing the reason for why this couldn't be on the agenda earlier than 1 o'clock today. Can you conclude? Councillor Johnston, do you have a point of order?
I do have a point of order. So Councillor Adams' point of order was to direct you to stop Councillor Cassidy speaking. So can you clarify how you're dealing with that point of order? Either she would have to move the put motion, which I don't know that she can do in a procedural motion, or her request to you is out of order. If you're making a ruling that Councillor Cassidy is being not meeting the requirement to establish urgency, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have 3 minutes to do so. So could you please clarify whether or not you are acting at the direction of Councillor Adams to stop Councillor Cassidy speaking, or whether you are enforcing the meeting's local law regarding urgency?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'm making my own decisions in this regard. I believe that Councillor Cassidy has a legitimate right, as he has, to raise the issue, and I ask him to come to a conclusion.
I have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. A motion has been moved to suspend standing orders, and this has been circulated, that Brisbane City Council condemns the discriminatory practice of the City Point Christian College and joins calls for its enrolment contract to be recalled. All in favour, though, of the motion to suspend standing rules by way of a motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All, thank you. All opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No.
The noes have it.
Division.
Division being called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. All councillors who are present are here. The motion before us is a division on whether or not we should suspend standing rules by way of the motion. All in favour on the division, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
Marks.
Mr. Chair, the noes have the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
The motion to suspend standing rules has been lost. We continue with question time. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of City Standards Committee, Councillor Marx. Councillor Marx, the Schrinner Council continues to lead the way by being a clean, green and sustainable city. Could you please update the Chamber on how recent food waste recycling announcement will further improve the city's recycling efforts?
Thank you. Councillor Marx.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Toomey for the question. As Councillor Toomey knows, the Schrinner Council is fighting the war on waste, and the launch of this pilot is another indication that we are succeeding. 6,000 households across 30 suburbs will be invited to join the pilot at the beginning of March, and it's the next step towards a citywide scheme, potentially preventing up to 100,000 tonnes of food waste from going to landfill every year. The pilot alone is expected to divert 2,000 tonnes of food waste from landfill, and what better way to support the environment and take the next step in improving our recycling efforts than by delivering a program with an immediate impact in our communities. Mr. Chair, the positive results of this pilot program don't stop there. By the time our food waste recycling pilot is expanded across the city, it could reduce unnecessary food waste by nearly 100,000 tonnes a year. The Schrinner Council is winning the war on waste by delivering programs that not only proactively reduce its existence, but turn it into valuable compost and mulch which can be reused. So this food waste recycling pilot is about diverting food waste such as fruit and vegetable scraps out of the general waste bin, away from landfill, and disposing of it through the green waste bin. Currently, about 1/4 of the average household bin is food waste. Now, the pilot that we're starting to roll out is an opportunity to not only explore how we can provide a service to minimise food waste, but also educate residents on how they can reduce this at the same time. As this chamber knows, there's no one more serious about reducing waste than the Stringer Council. So throughout the pilot, we will be asking for feedback from the participants to ascertain what works best in Brisbane's subtropical climate and also the infrastructure that would be required for a city of our size. At this point in time, once the Lord Mayor made the announcement some 2 years ago that we would be looking into this program, the team have been working to get the start of infrastructure for stage 1 up and running. As people who are aware of this would know, you can't just expect people to suddenly turn up and drop all their food scraps into an open hard stand, which is where all the green waste goes at the moment. You actually have to have a enclosed building for it to go into to deal with not only potential odours, but also any leachate that would come out as a result of the food waste. Now, this pilot will also add to what we've already been done was regarding food recycling, and that's about the free kitchen waste caddies and the rebates of up to $70 when you purchase a compost bin or a worm farm. Mr. Chair, I spoke with Councillor Cunningham this week, who reported to me that she had many excited residents in Greenslopes who have reached out to her offer since the Lord Mayor's announcement last week. And Greenslopes is just one of the 30 suburbs across Brisbane who will have been selected for the pilot. Now, the pilot suburbs were elected based on the uptake of green bins. So working with the current contractors who collect our green bins, they worked through the routes that they currently undertake, worked out where the most green bins were for the most efficient pickup service for the green bins, and that's how those pilot subjects were chosen. Each household will then receive a letter, which they will have had by now. As councillors, you will have all received a letter letting you know what the letter said, basically inviting those residents to participate in the service, which is free of charge. They will then, if they choose to participate, receive a kitchen caddy and an education pack. The kitchen caddy is a specifically made version of the bigger green bin. It's just a smaller one. I mean, it's been designed specifically by Sulo, and not only is it able to go into the dishwasher to be washed out, the width of the mouth of the bin fits exactly a chopping board. So people who chop veggies and all that up, the board can fit straight into the bin. So a lot of thought, time, effort and money has gone into getting this ready for residents to do. So all they do is that if they choose to participate, they place their food waste, including their fruit and veggies, into the green bin, and then it's collected as normal part of the green bin collection process. So the Stringer Council wants to help residents divert food waste from landfill, and our food waste recycling program will help us build a cleaner, greener future for Brisbane. And I look forward to speaking to residents on the outcome once they've had their trial. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Councillor Sri, I think we can hear you this time. Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, hopefully you can hear me, and I trust everyone is okay at the start of 2022. My question is also to Councillor Marx, and I gave her a heads up about this one, so she's not caught completely unawares. Councillor Marx, a couple of weeks ago, I had a meeting with a resident of Toowong who's currently homeless. He's been homeless for some time, and he's sleeping in his car. The council officers recently gave him a fine specifically for the offence of sleeping in his vehicle. And I've had a chat with some of the council officers, and I do understand some of the background context and circumstances leading up to this. But it does make me wonder, I guess really my question, what is the point of fining a homeless person for sleeping in their car? And I guess to phrase that more eloquently.
Excuse me, just a moment, Councillor Sri. There's councillors talking in the background with their microphones not muted. Can you just
No, it was the streaming guy's account isn't muted. I think they've fixed it now. Anyway, I was going to ask Councillor Marx.
Sure.
What value or benefit does it offer to the homeless man to be fined for sleeping in his car? And if we acknowledge that there is no benefit to a homeless person being fined for sleeping in their car, how does the harm done to that homeless person, how is the harm done to that homeless person justified by any other benefits that might flow from fining people for sleeping in their cars?
Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Marx.
There, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Shreve, for the question. Look, I appreciate you gave me the heads up on the question. I don't have the answer for you right here in front of me because I'm unaware of that particular situation. I do know that there is a homeless man that lives in Toowong. He actually lives in the park though, so I'm guessing it's not the same person that you're referring to. And he's certainly never been fined. I'm unaware of anyone homeless sleeping in a car that has been fined for that offence. The fining is about for illegal camping in roadsides, and we've had this discussion regarding the Hassel Law, which comes into effect today. The intention is not to fine homeless or vulnerable or at-risk people for sleeping in the cars. And the new law that starts today was to give officers the capacity to have that conversation with people in their cars, find out what the situation is, and we have
Point of order, Chair. Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Marks. Sorry, I was just going to the question. It is a homeless man who is living in a park and has been fined for sleeping in his vehicle. And my question was, what benefit does it serve to fine homeless people for sleeping in their car?
Okay, to be perfectly frank with you, Councillor Shreve, I need to ground truth that. So that's what I will be doing with officers, and then I can come back to you on that.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the Chair of Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, the Schrinner Council recently hosted a number of internationally renowned equestrian course designers in Brisbane. Can you please update the Chamber on how this visit went, including what preparations are underway for Olympic and Paralympic planning in 2022?
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hutton, for the question. Yes, 2022, we're off and running, as everybody seems to be. And even though the Games may be 10 years away, the detailed planning and the hard work has started. So we are taking the reins, pardon the pun, and putting the plans in place now, as Victoria Park will be an Olympic destination in 2032 and an iconic parkland for many more generations after. So we need to take this opportunity to develop a venue and a cross-country course in the middle of a city with that stunning city skyline in the backdrop, alongside a major redevelopment of a public park. This is a very rare opportunity, and it does require vision a long way out and imagination from everyone right from the outset. But rest assured, we have the best and the brightest on the job who've been handpicked based on their skills and expertise in this field. The design team includes an acclaimed Australian Olympic coach and two-time Olympic medalist, a world-renowned cross-country course designer, and an internationally recognised course designer and former rider. The team will work with the consultants Brisbane Green Consortium, led by Urbis and EKS, the Victoria Park Games Venue Master Plan consultant that we heard from just over 12 months ago, alongside the Brisbane 2032 Host City Office and the Victoria Park Master Plan team, so that we can factor in any of the potential requirements of the temporary course design into the Victoria Park Master Plan as well. So undertaking this important design work early in the piece will give us the confidence to move forward with the planning and delivery of Victoria Park Vision, of course, Brisbane's biggest new park in 50 years. This is smart planning. A forward thinking now will deliver a better outcome for residents in the future. And
not a new park.
Over 64 hectares to play with, there's plenty of room for everybody. The opportunity now that the golf course has been closed and the public park is being developed will hit a major milestone in January this year with the introduction of our two newly appointed course designers, when they were able to tour the grounds of Victoria Park for the first time as a design team to inspect the locations and further refine the course layout. This involved gaining an appreciation of the park's characteristics, with consideration given to the understanding the topography, which I'm not sure if anybody who, unless you've played golf in the course, probably don't recognise the steepness of some of that area through there. There's a lot of heritage aspects. There's vegetation and flooding, transport and access requirements. And while factoring all of these elements in, they also need to consider the television viewing, the spectators' needs, the warm-up tracks and the stablings for the competition horses as well. So there were Australian course designer Grant Johnston and Australian Olympics equestrian champion Wayne Roycroft that visited just recently. They are two of the most revered names when it comes to equestrian, and we are thrilled to have them on the team. Grant is a rising star in the world of cross-country course design and a former international competitor. He's a Federation Equestrian International course designer and has designed multiple venues around the world, including the Australian Championships, the Olympic selection events, the 2017 Chinese National Games and the Asian Games qualifiers. Grant also has extensive infrastructure development experience on many significant Australian and local government projects. Wayne is a two-time Olympic bronze medalist and one of our country's most acclaimed Olympic coaches. He led the Australian equestrian team to an impressive 8 Olympic medals during his tenure, including Australia's first equestrian gold medal on home soil. So the Lord Mayor was lucky enough to join Grant and Wayne on the site visit to tour the grounds and get a first-hand look at what will go into the course design. The third designer on this team is Mike Etherington-Smith, who is a UK-based and obviously, unfortunately, was unable to attend this visit due to the restrictions for international travel. But I can assure you, not only are we hoping to bring him out here in the near future, I think he is very excited about coming out here in the near future too, from what he saw from his virtual visit as well. Mike brings a level of insight and expertise that is unmatched, having been responsible for designing the Sydney 2000 Olympic Games, 2008 Beijing Olympic Games, and the 2010 Kentucky World Equestrian Games cross-country course. So having these experts on the ground is a crucial first steps towards delivering a draft course concept plan to the IOC this year with the actual course.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I believe 5 minutes has expired. Can we have the next question?
Incorrect. You have 20 seconds to complete your answer, Councillor Adams.
That's what I had to, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Having these experts on the ground is fantastic, exciting. It's a milestone and it's just a taste of what's to come. Work continues behind the scenes as we map out the next decade of delivering more city-shaping infrastructure, better transport and a suite of new and temporary sporting venues across the city. I look forward to updating the chamber for my full 5 minutes as much as
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this week we see yet another big list of contracts being awarded to non-local companies. Something as simple as playground equipment is being shipped in from overseas. We've seen that before with playgrounds at the Nudgee Beach Reserve, Kookaburra Reserve, Kianawa Park, Murray Recreation Ground and Hanlon Park as well. Now we're seeing it again, more contracts being awarded to companies that manufacture equipment overseas. Lord Mayor, why does your LNP administration continue to snub local manufacturing at a time we need to be doing everything we can to support it?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. I'm not sure where Councillor Cassidy is getting his information from, Mr. Chair, because the report that we see in front of us right now is that 86.5% of contracts awarded are going to Brisbane and South East Queensland businesses. Not our target of 80%, but 86%. And so I guess maybe a more appropriate question was, why does Councillor Cassidy and his Labor colleagues continue to mislead the people of Brisbane about what really is going on here? And we made a very clear target of, that we would be striving to award 80% of contracts to local businesses. And the year-to-date figure is over 90%. And the one we see in front of us right here is 86.54% of contracts going to Brisbane and South East Queensland businesses. But one of the other interesting stories is what it would mean if we took or adopted Labor's approach. Labor's approach is very clearly, and it's been stated numerous times, is to in-house virtually everything. That's what they have stated. Now, never mind the fact that they outsourced grass cutting, they outsourced rubbish collection, one of the most basic fundamental services that council offers, and they outsourced the ferry contract, the operation of our ferries. So that's their record, but they claim now to be against outsourcing and that pretty much everything should be done in-house. What would that mean? That would mean almost $1 billion of work being ripped out of local businesses, families not being able to put food on their table because of Labor's approach. That's the real story here. That is the real issue here, and the real implications of what would happen if we adopted the stated Labor approach. Now, I don't actually believe that their claim is legitimate, that they actually would do that. They know that there are really good reasons to have a balance between doing work in-house and also working with local business to provide services. There's a balance to be had there. They know it. They did it when they were in administration. But what they're trying to do right now is, because they are losing support rapidly by the week amongst their working background supporters, and that those people are thinking about the LNP or the Greens Party, they are really trying to shore up their base here by trying to con workers into thinking that it would be different under them. We know what their record was. We know that they can't be trusted to actually do what they say they would do. And we know that their comments and claims on this matter are absolutely hypocritical. And so we will continue to do what we can to support local businesses and to get that right balance between doing things in-house and also working with local business. And as I said, there's benefits to that which involve so many families having food on the table because of the work that we do through local businesses. And we also know that those local businesses employ so many people in our community. And so whether it's things like helping us upgrade playgrounds, whether it is the work that local business does to support us in so many different ways and to provide so many different services, whether it's building major projects with us, things like the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, which is really gearing up construction now as we enter 2022, whether it's the other exciting projects that we're delivering, all the road upgrades that we're delivering right across the city. We're working with local businesses and putting food on people's table in doing so. And so we'll continue to be Australia's most small business friendly council. We'll continue to get that balance right to deliver the best outcomes for the ratepayers of Brisbane.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. That ends question time. Now move on to item 5 on the agenda, the consideration of recommendations of E&C during the summer recess. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In question time, in the first question that I was asked.
I need to move.
Oh, sorry. You need to move first, Lord Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the summer recess 2021-22 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report, the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the summer recess 2021-2022 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted. Any debate?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I seek the following further information regarding the one item on the E&C report, and that is there are 4 parks projects that are listed for endorsement today. Bridge North Street Park at item 2, Oriel Road Park Ascot at item 5, Blackwood Street Park upgrade at number 10, and Majestic Park Coorparoo at number 11. These items are not listed in the Suburban Works program in the budget. Could the Lord Mayor please clarify under which schedule in the council budget these playgrounds are funded? And whether it is this year's budget or a previous year's budget.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I have no doubt that we will have an answer on that one from the Finance Chair. But before I move into the submission in front of us, I just wanted to go back to what I started saying before, which is when I was asked the first question by the opposition, I flagged that unfortunately they have a tried and tested political strategy, which is to ask a question or two, not to listen to the answer, and then to move a pre-prepared motion, which has no reference to what's actually been said in response to the questions. I asked them to please consider not doing that again, but unfortunately we saw them do exactly what I predicted they would do. And I think it's really disappointing. I also did just want to raise, before I move on, the issue of councillors in this place going to the media and also stating in this place where my kids go to school. My kids are very young, minor children. Now, that information is mine. The information about where my kids go to school is mine. It is mine to either tell people or not. And it is certainly not the opposition's place
You
to tell
told
the
them
media.
from your office
Tell the
in
media.
a video.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Johnston, please stop interjecting.
To tell the media and background the media where my young children go to school. I think that is absolutely despicable, and it says a whole lot about the opposition that we have in this place. I think it is despicable.
Why
Now,
use your office to
Councillor
promote?
Johnston, please stop interjecting.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sri.
I think the Mayor raises a very fair issue here. Would the Mayor take a quick question?
Lord Mayor, will you take a question, Councillor Sri?
No, look, I'm moving on. So I would simply say that information is mine. It is my wife's information on who we decide to tell people, but certainly not the opposition's to go to the national media with. Now, moving on, as we always do, we consistently support our local community and major events that are happening in the community, and also community causes with the lighting up of our assets. And tonight we see the Story Bridge, the Victoria Bridge, the Tropical Dome and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in red, blue and pink for the BrisAsia Festival, which is back. It's part of our ongoing commitment to an inclusive society, an inclusive community that supports people from all backgrounds and brings people together. So this festival will be running from the 1st today of February through to the 20th of February. And it actually marks the 10th anniversary of BrisAsia. We hold a unique position as the largest Australian city closest to Asia. And that is something that we embrace, particularly because so many of our local residents also have a cultural background or links to the Asia Pacific region as well. So we're launching this event very soon. I look forward to being there at the launch in the Fortitude Music Hall. On Thursday, the same assets will be lit in blue and orange for the eve of World Cancer Day. And the Cancer Council of Queensland has done such a fantastic job over the last 60 plus years in raising awareness and encouraging people to seek early intervention and treatment on cancer, but also raising money for cancer research, which has made such a difference already in the lives of so many people. On Friday, the Story Bridge, the Victoria Bridge, will be lit up in green and gold to support our Australian athletes competing in the Beijing Winter Olympics. This ceremony, the opening ceremony, is on Friday night before we have 2 full weeks of winter sport. This coming Sunday is the Platinum Jubilee of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and it's a significant day both for Queen Elizabeth and the 54 different countries within the Commonwealth. Queen Elizabeth has now ruled for 70 years, and all of our assets will be lit in the colour purple to mark this occasion. A remarkable achievement for any world leader to be in that one position for 70 years and to provide such stability in such tumultuous and changing times. Item A is the contracts and tendering report, and I already spoke a little bit about this in response to a question, but this report includes 45 contracts issued to businesses within Brisbane and South East Queensland, which equates to 86.5% of the contracts. And there are only 7 contracts awarded to businesses outside of that area. So year to date, 368 contracts have been issued to businesses within Brisbane and South East Queensland, which equates to, wait for it, 97% of contracts. And already year to date, and we're talking financial year to date, $438 million worth of contracts going to local businesses. So that is an incredible outcome and one that we're proud to support. There are a number of really good projects coming through in this particular contracts and tendering report, and I know that chairs and others will speak about those great projects, but we continue our work out in the suburbs of Brisbane, whether it is suburban park upgrades, whether it is suburban road upgrades. We continue to invest 68% of our budget in the suburbs of Brisbane, and that is as it should be. Obviously, the CBD provides a major economic and social and cultural hub, but 68% of our council budget goes out to the suburbs of Brisbane, where people live, where people enjoy their parks, where people are travelling along local roads and intersections and bikeways. And we will continue through reports like this to invest in the projects that make a difference. It might be the Monia Road and Bellwood Street upgrade. It might be local park upgrades or the range of other suburban improvements that we're making. I also wanted to point out the planning work that we're doing for future suburban upgrades as well. And there's a significant amount of planning work that we're investing in and focusing on to make sure we can continue to plan for the future and to build the infrastructure that our city needs for the future. So I commend this report to the chamber.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise virtually to speak on this item, the contracts and tendering, before us today. And here we have the latest list of jobs being snubbed and insecure work being promoted by this current LNP Lord Mayor. Now let's start with those playgrounds that I mentioned during question time. We can see a number of new playground contracts here, and history tells us that this LNP Mayor has a taste for equipment being manufactured overseas. We saw that, as I said, at numerous parks across the city in recent times, at Nudgee Beach Reserve, Kookaburra Reserve in Currabee, Kayanawa Park in Tingalpa, the Murray Recreation Reserve, and at Hanlon Park in Greenslopes, and this time will be no different. This current LNP Lord Mayor has been caught before snubbing local jobs in the middle of an economic recovery, and he's doing it again, Chair. We see a contract in here for $1.7 million worth of insurance for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge project. Most Brisbane residents have figured out by now how poorly any major project that this Lord Mayor handles turns out. So he'll need all the insurance he can get for this project to see that it's delivered somewhere near budget and less than a year over time as well. But what's not fair in all this, Chair, is that residents have to foot the bill for this incompetence time and time again. Item 4 on this list is a contract for an intersection upgrade. This proposed intersection upgrade at Melton and Howes Road has been the subject of serious scrutiny that has been ignored by the local LNP councillor and this LNP administration. That local LNP councillor is, of course, Councillor Adam Allen. A local resident who is visually impaired has repeatedly raised concerns with council that putting this roundabout in will mean that they can no longer safely cross that road and enjoy their local community and remain active and mobile. These concerns clearly haven't been taken into account, and thanks to the LNP, our city is becoming even more inaccessible for vulnerable residents. Just disgraceful leadership. Contract 7 on this list is for the demolition of property for parkland. Now, perhaps this is the contract to bulldoze the East Brisbane Bowls Club. We know that this LNP administration is duplicitous when it comes to the East Brisbane Bowls Club. We know they're going to. We know they've been secret in their manipulation of that plan for that site, and we know that they're going to do everything they can to keep the timing of that demolition secret. So there's hardly any details in this contract. I called the file on these contracts just in case there was a little bit of extra information that went to E&C, but of course there's nothing in that file whatsoever. It's shrouded in secrecy, just like the entire Mowbray Park vision has been. Item 8 is contracts for road feasibility studies. One of the companies contracted it is based in Texas, and not Texas in southwest Queensland, but Texas in the United States of America. Their office is in Dallas. That doesn't sound very local to me, Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor clearly cares about jobs everywhere else apart from Brisbane. And once again, here, black and white, right before us all, this LNP council is snubbing local jobs in the middle of an economic recovery. Contract 13 is for the Indooroopilly roundabout upgrade. For those who have forgotten about that project, that's the one that blew out by $60 million before work even started on this current LNP Mayor's watch. And of course, who picks up the tab for that? The ratepayers of Brisbane every single time. Contract 18 is for painting and decorating for $4.6 million. And that's very much ongoing work. It's quite clear that this current LNP Lord Mayor would rather spend $4.6 million flogging a useless app than bringing these services in-house to ensure that we have good, secure, stable jobs. Council owns hundreds of facilities, chair and amenities right across the city and is responsible for maintenance on many of those. But we obviously don't have a team of in-house painters to do that basic maintenance. So if a painting job needs doing, if we had an in-house team, we'd be able to send them out within minutes. However, by having this contracted out and having lists of external providers, that process can wait months for these jobs to be done. It, of course, would also secure permanent jobs, bringing this work in-house and support more apprenticeships being offered by Brisbane City Council as well. So there are so many ways that this council could be benefiting Brisbane residents by bringing this work in-house, but the LNP who are in charge at the moment refuse to do so.
Yep.
And this current LNP Mayor would rather create a disposable workforce at the expense of people's livelihoods.
Yes.
Very similar story for contract 22 on this list as well, Chair, with $23 million in ongoing traffic signal works being contracted out. Item 20 on this list is numerous contracts for digital and creative services as well. There are a number of companies that have been awarded contracts that are based in the US and have their headquarters in New York and in Chicago. Now, we know when it comes to designing that failed Brisbane app, this Lord Mayor snubbed local businesses for that one and paid a Melbourne company instead. So this Lord Mayor's modus operandi, Chair, has not changed. We're still seeing this current LNP Mayor snub local jobs in the middle of an economic recovery when we need them as secure as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just rise to speak to the contracts and tendering, and I want to make some comments regarding the reflections made upon some of our projects by Councillor Cassidy in particular. Can I speak firstly to the Melton House project in Nunda? The Melton House project is right next to Toombul Shops. It's very much in the Toombul Shops precinct. It's part of a greater network of roads that need to be upgraded for improved access for both pedestrians and motorists. It's also part of a network that serves that particular community coming off the arterial roads that feed into the industrial and airport precincts, as well as the Gateway motorway. The accusation levelled at the project was that somehow an individual with a vision impairment had been to a detriment as a result of the project. It's a deeply flawed accusation and completely not true. That particular individual has been in consistent contact with council. We have made a number of variations to the project to ensure that particular individual can continue to access the shops that she depends upon. We've also improved pedestrian access around the project to better reflect the needs of that particular individual, both her and all individuals who would want to access the services provided by that shopping centre. So I reject absolutely the assertions that this project is removing the ability of a person to move around, considering how far and how much has been done to address those particular concerns, to the extent that even the Human Rights Commission has been involved, and we've been working with them to ensure that this thing works properly for people with vision impairment. The other item, of course, was the Indooroopilly roundabout, something we'd know more recently as a Mogga Road upgrade. The expansion of the scope of works means that this particular road upgrade will span from the Follies, the Toowong Centre, all the way out to the Western Freeway. The expanse will mean that this provides a much greater benefit for the citizens and residents of Western Brisbane. And also this roadwork, many people choose to diminish it by reflecting on it as a roundabout upgrade. It is much more like a rail overpass, and it will be a significant piece of work, and that will become clearer in the near term as works become more obvious on that site. And I look forward to both of these projects, which will materially improve the way of life of all Brisbane residents, and in particular those who reside near them, both for motorists and for pedestrians.
Thank you. Councillor Lyons, further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that the Lord Mayor said the Finance Chair would respond to my questions. I am awaiting that information, but I'll speak to, again, the one item that is in the ENC report, item A, contracts and tendering. Firstly, it is a bit shocking that over the past 2 months, this is the only thing that the ENC administration's been able to put up. Given the very significant issues going on in the city at the moment. And I didn't get a question today, so I'm sure the issues I want to raise will still be there next week. But what struck me about the contracts and tendering are that there are 4 major parks projects listed in this report. All of them are in LNP areas, and all of them are for very large amounts. So that's contract number 2, Bridge North Street Park at Carindale, $465,000. That's in an LNP ward. Contract number 5, Oriole Park, Ascot. That's in an LNP ward. That's $300,000. Then we have the Blackwood Street, Roachdale upgrade. That's in the LNP ward. That one actually may be in the budget. There was a Roachdale, that's for sort of $540,000. And the 4th one is Majestic Park at Coorparoo. That's for $214,000. That's also in an LNP ward. I guess one of the interesting things I see, because there are so little park projects undertaken in my ward, I think we've had 2 that have actually been delivered over the last decade, Turley Street, and I've got, which was a replacement playground, and Fairfield dog off leash area, which is on this year. It's interesting to me the size of the projects that are happening in LNP wards. They are massively higher than anything that I see in my area. So I'm very curious about these projects. I'm interested in what schedules they are being funded under the budget, and I can see that the Blackwood Street project is funded under Schedule 3.3.1. It seems to have a budget of $855,000. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Blackwood Street Park. That's it, Roachdale. And the lump sum in here is for $539,000. So I'd be very interested to know, for example, if the balance of $300,000 has been allocated to this project, whether there are any other costs associated with this project, and if there is a surplus of $300,000, I've got dozens of park upgrades waiting in my ward to be done. So I certainly would like to know where these other 3 projects are being funded, because they're not listed or itemised in the council budget. And I'd certainly like to know, with respect to the Blackwood Street project, the about $320,000 surplus from the budgeted amount, what's going to happen to that money? It is fascinating to me that the LNP projects are, so large, and I'm interested in why. I just think that perhaps the infrastructure chairperson needs to be aware that council is describing the Moggle Road corridor upgrade project as a roundabout upgrade. So when Councillor Wines says that people are trying to diminish the project by calling it a roundabout upgrade project, that's what council's actually calling it. So Councillor Wines just needs to be aware that that's how his own organisation and the officers who work to him are describing the project. What is a little bit delusional from Councillor Wines is that somehow this project is going to fix traffic problems in the western suburbs. And I note that he keeps talking about the expanded scope of the project. I note that the Coonan Street corridor, which is dramatically impacted by this project, wasn't included in any of those upgrades. There was no consultation about any of those upgrades. Indenting bus zones is great, but Coonan Street corridor was underdone in the scope of this project. These are issues I raised through the consultation project. So yet again, the LNP is prioritising east-west traffic in LNP wards at the expense of the north-south traffic for those people in the southern end of southwestern end of the Walter Taylor ward, and certainly in my ward of Tennyson. So of concern, of course, is the failure to properly address the Coonan Street corridor. That impacts on Chelmer, Graceville, Sherwood, Corinda and beyond. It also impacts directly on Indooroopilly and Fig Tree Pocket residents. And I'm sorry to say, I'm sure this LNP administration is about to find out the hard way how bad this project is going to go for them. What's fascinating is we're yet to see any work. I keep getting emails saying there's work happening, but you can drive through the corridor and you would not know. So I don't know if there is work happening or if there isn't work happening. I can see the current contract is to pay Telstra, presumably to move Telstra bits and Telstra infrastructure. That doesn't inspire me with confidence that this administration is actually going to be able to deliver on this project. So I just draw to Councillor Wines' attention that if he doesn't want the project described as a roundabout upgrade, perhaps he needs to take that up with the council officers who are running the project, because that's how they're describing it. I look forward to the Finance Chair responding to my questions, as the Lord Mayor indicated would happen.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak on item A, and for the benefit for the councillor for Tennyson, I can inform the chamber that the Bridge North Street Park is actually a CEF project, as is the Oriole Park, another CEF project. Majestic Park is part of CEF and also through the upgrading facilities in park schedule. And the Blackwood Street Park is the, as she correctly identified, Metropolitan and District Playgrounds line item. Mr. Chair, once again in this report, we have seen that council continues to support enterprise in Brisbane and South East Queensland. With
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, thank you for the response, but it was extremely quick. Could I just clarify, the SEF schedule is very clear, but the one that's funded under the SEF and the budget, which I believe was the Majestic Street Park, could you just tell us what the schedule number or name is again, please?
It's the upgrading facilities in park schedule, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What we see is at least 86% of contracts are awarded to local businesses and 83% of the spend being local. Our buy local plan is paying dividends for local industry, and I know there is much pride taken in the business community in working to improve the suburbs that we live in. We hear the opposition say in one breath that we're not providing enough business support, and in the other, wanting to rip tens of millions of dollars out of our local economy. They want to cancel the contracts that businesses have with council. I can confirm that for significant playground projects, part of the evaluation of local benefits includes consideration of where the equipment is actually manufactured. Now, Labor can cherry pick if they wish to, but we back our local suppliers, and I will not smear them in this place, and I won't stand for it. Relevant to my own ward, there is the supply, delivery and installation of the playground at Majestic Park. The successful tenderer maintains a local office and achieved the highest value for money score. The beloved dragon-themed playground has come to its end of life, and a whole generation of children have enjoyed this park. I want to make sure that we can share this theme with the next, and I'm really excited about what's going to be delivered here. Another park included is Blackwood Street. This park is currently open space, but without any facilities. Investment at this location will include a playground, picnic nodes and shelters, shade trees, more seating, a kickabout space, and a water bubbler. The successful tenderer maintains a local office and uses local subcontractors and suppliers. Mr. Chair, as you know, when it comes to play equipment, Council works with a range of design firms based here in the suburbs of Brisbane to deliver these projects for our residents. These suppliers have products from time to time that they source from many places, including Australia, and sometimes, yes, from overseas. There's nothing unusual about that. From time to time, we do see the opposition continue to make comments about this, but this just reflects their lack of understanding of the global economy. These projects are entirely consistent with our effort to support local.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I am just concerned at the answer that Councillor has provided. I'm looking at Schedule 3.3.2, upgrading facilities in parks, and Majestic Street Park, Coorparoo, is not listed in that schedule. So I want to check that I'm being given accurate information about that project, and it was said to be a combination of the SEF program and also upgrading facilities in parks, but it's not listed in the budget.
Councillor Johnston, I don't believe this is a valid point of order, but Councillor Cunningham, if you want to add any further information, you're entitled to do so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a continuing project, Councillor Johnston, and it is Majestic Park at Coorparoo, not Majestic Street Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate?
Okay, just to be clear.
Sorry, I asked for further debate. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you so much. There are continuing projects listed under that schedule in the budget, but again, that project is not listed in the budget. So I'm
Councillor Johnston, I think
genuinely seeking information here about this, and given chairs have a responsibility now to make sure we get the correct information, I'd just like to clarify this, please.
Councillor Johnston, you can ask this question in general business. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to join the debate and just touch upon item 4 in the contracts and tendering report. And this is the intersection upgrade at Melton Road and Howes Road, which Councillor Wines spoke about a little bit earlier. And this is certainly a difficult intersection. It's one that I've had on my radar for a number of years, and it's certainly had some challenges in the design and planning process, but I'm very pleased that it's now up and running. And importantly, this is an intersection that carries 15,000 vehicles a day. 35 cyclists use it and about 130 pedestrians, and it is getting to a point now where in peak hours it's getting close to its capacity. And this particular road, Melton Road, is a key north-south feeder road that accesses Toombul Shopping Centre, it accesses a school, it accesses a couple of train stations. So it is a key transport route. And interestingly enough, Howes Road, which is the minor road, has always had priority here, and that's part of the problem. You've got sort of opposing stop signs, you've got the major road giving way to the minor road, and there is a misalignment between the two sections of Melton Road. So it is an intersection that's been difficult, not only for vehicles, but also for pedestrians. And so the intersection upgrade is going to be a roundabout. Each of the approaches to that roundabout will have splitter islands and pedestrian refuges. The sight lines are going to be improved, and the misalignment or the dogleg on Melton Road will be smoothed out. So we're going to get much better traffic movement and improved safety at that particular intersection. And so the key outcomes of this particular project are improved safety for all road users, reduced traffic congestion, and improved connectivity. And so to the points Councillor Cassidy made earlier and the ones that Councillor Wines refuted, he is absolutely incorrect on this. I'm not aware of any project that has had the level of consultation with a small number of residents to get this design right. We've made a number of design modifications to suit a number of users, and those design modifications will improve this particular intersection out of sight. And a couple of those modifications include obviously the refuges at each of the approaches, but more importantly, another refuge has been put in south of this intersection, closer to the Toombul Shopping Centre. There's improved footpaths in this location. So the safety outcomes of this proposed project are just so much better than what's currently there. Now, just moving on, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that this project is joint funded with the Australian government via their Roads to Recovery program. So obviously great to have them on board. And this project has now started. We're looking at delivery in the middle of the year. And in the meantime, there are going to be detours that will be required, and that will impact northbound residents, well, northbound travellers, I should say. And those detours will create some localised inconvenience. And I do acknowledge and thank residents impacted by those detours now. And obviously, we're very keen that this project is delivered as quickly as possible so that those detours can be removed and that the community at large can benefit from this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any further debate? No further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks also to everyone who has talked in this segment. I did want to apologise. I think it was in reference to the item in front of us, but I misspoke earlier. I stated that 68% of the council budget was spent in the suburbs. I got that wrong. I got the numbers around. It's actually 86% of the council budgets that's spent in the suburbs. So I apologise for that error. I want to correct the record. It's actually 86% of our budget that is spent in the suburbs, not 68%. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now move this report. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee decisions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting as a delegate of council during the summer recess 2021-22 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of the council during the summer recess 2021-2022 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted. Is there any debate, Lord Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have three items in front of us. Item A relates to the Newmarket Olympic Swimming Pool Funding Agreement. Council is proposing to enter into a funding agreement with the operators of the Newmarket Pool to deliver an upgrade of the facilities which are nearing the end of their life. The 50-metre swimming pool, including the associated plant, pipework and filtration system, remain in their original 1972 condition in the main. They will be completely replaced and upgraded. Additionally, the plant room and filtration systems that support the wading pool and 25-metre pool will also be upgraded. The Newmarket pool sees more than 250,000 visitors each year, making it one of the most popular pools in the city. The Miller family have held the lease on the site since 2004, and they are considered a strong and reliable tenant. They also have experience designing, procuring and completing a number of other swimming pool projects in Brisbane. The works on this particular project are expected to start in April. And obviously I commend this submission to the Chamber. Item B relates to the Story Bridge Adventure Climb. Item B is an amendment of Council's operating agreement with Story Bridge Adventure Climb. Climb is one of Brisbane's must-do tourism experiences. I've done the climb several times myself, and it's a fantastic way to see Brisbane, but also to get to know an iconic asset a bit better and learn a bit about the history of the bridge and experience something that's quite unique. There are not too many bridge climbs of this kind in the world, and so we are fortunate to have this great facility and asset and be able to take advantage of it for local residents and tourists. The amendment before us is required to allow the installation of additional bridge climbing activities on the northern half of Story Bridge. And this additional climb activity includes a viewing platform with a swing out activity. These works will also ensure the continued operation of the climb throughout the major Story Bridge restoration project, which is ongoing. Now, if you've been across or near the Story Bridge in recent times, you will see significant work has been underway for quite some time on the restoration of the bridge. And in order to do that, the section of the bridge that's being treated needs to be fully enclosed. And when I say fully enclosed, the purpose of that is to prevent any of the old lead-based paint from falling down into the surrounding area or indeed into the river. And obviously, the paint that was used on the Story Bridge in the past is not the same type of paint that we would use now, but we're dealing with that lead-based paint and lead being an obvious, I guess, controlled substance and a pollutant. We need to make sure that we do everything possible to capture anything that comes off the bridge as we're restoring it. And so there's a process underway to remove the paint from the bridge, the old lead-based paint, to treat and repair any areas of corrosion, and then also to put a new sealant on the bridge, a new coat of paint, or multiple coats of paint, in fact. And this is all part of the work that we're doing to protect and restore this iconic asset. It is a relatively old asset in the scheme of things, and it can have a long life ahead of us if we continue to do this work. But one of the, I guess, challenges presented by the project to restore the bridge is that it will have impacts on the Story Bridge climb. There will be sections of the bridge that will no longer be available for climbing activities during certain periods. And so this additional use on the northern end of the bridge helps to provide that ongoing opportunity even while other works are happening on the bridge. I acknowledge the operators have received support from the state government for these works. This has gone through a development approval process, and a change to the operating agreement is required to allow these activities on the northern half of the bridge. Obviously, as I said, this will continue to support tourism activities in our city and the ongoing use of a great and iconic asset. In relation to item C, the COVID response policy, item C is Council's COVID response policy, and we've been consistently responding to COVID since early 2020, and following health directions in the first lockdown, to providing our community groups and local businesses with the support they need. We've always been focused on making sure we do what we can to help in the COVID recovery and the response process, and support the work of other levels of government as well. But the item that comes before us today, is a response policy from the perspective of council as an employer. And as a council, we've always followed the health advice and health directives issued by Queensland Health and the Chief Health Officer. And it's not our decision or place to be making public health directives or to provide expert advice. We take that expert advice, we take the health directives, and we implement them in relation to our operations. Under workplace health and safety legislation, the Chief Executive Officer has a duty to eliminate or minimise, so far as reasonably practical, the risk of exposure to COVID or other workplace injuries or issues. And this policy ensures that we have the settings in place to allow us to manage this new phase where we're dealing with transmission in the community, obviously something that hasn't happened in any large scale until now. This policy was considered by Cabinet in time for the reopening of Queensland borders. We recognise the need to consider what reasonably available additional controls are required to ensure our workers are protected and supported during this pandemic. The response policy provides council with a mechanism to quickly consult on, implement and finalise procedures and control measures in response to the changing and evolving circumstances that we're in. At times, and consistent with what we've always done, we'll continue to align with Queensland Health and other directives and state government, policies and procedures when it comes to workplace health and safety. And I acknowledge the work of our human resources team and also the CEO and senior managers for help guiding the organisation through these challenging times. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll just speak on clause B and C, clause A. All three. I won't speak on clause A, but supporting this item, the upgrade to the Newmarket swimming pool with a financial contribution from the leasee and from council, which is standard practice for these upgrades. Clause B, the Story Bridge adventure climb. There were concerns raised by residents that these changes would impact the privacy in their homes. The councils will recall that over the last few years. So we certainly hope, didn't recall the Lord Mayor talking much about that then. Certainly hope that the LNP administration took this feedback into account when making a ruling on it, given how this administration has treated residents all around Brisbane in terms of consultation and responding to legitimate concerns. We don't have much faith that they did in fact do that. Clause C, the COVID response policy. It has now been 2 years, or more than 2 years, since the pandemic began here in Queensland and in Brisbane, and only now has this LNP mayor put together a COVID-19 response policy. And throughout this entire pandemic, there has been no leadership and no direction from this mayor. Chair, it's been simply words. Everything is done through the city throughout the pandemic has been of benefit to himself only. It's been tokenism at best. We saw the cuts to community grants. They were then rebranded and called a COVID relief package to make it look like it was actually doing something. Cutting basic community services like curbside collection, only bringing it back after an intense and prolonged community campaign. Denied casual bus drivers concessional leave days despite working through numerous peaks and putting their own lives and health at risk. He ignored Labor's calls for small business fee relief for 6 months, only announcing it after he knew there was some media interest in it. And when he did announce it, it's only been for 1 quarter, Chair. So everything's been too little and far too late on this Lord Mayor's watch, and this COVID response policy is no different. The rules around pandemic leave have been nothing short of confusing for our council workers. Supervisors were just told to deal with it, but not given any clear instructions or guidance on what information they were to give to workers. We've seen zero consultation with employees on this policy. Briefing meetings with unions were cancelled at the last minute. This is completely irresponsible and illustrates how tokenistic this Lord Mayor's approach to this policy is. And the LNP have drafted it up to make sure, to make it look like they were acting, but couldn't be bothered to consult with those workers, train supervisors or implement it on the ground. Council employees deserve clarity and certainty. Brisbane is the largest council in Australia and we should be leading by example. And in fact, that is the feedback we have received from council employees. Throughout this whole process, it's been unclear and confusing for them, and they have been disappointed that Brisbane City Council, as the largest council in Australia, hasn't been leading from the front on this. But unfortunately, this LNP mayor in charge of the city doesn't lead out on the streets or on the front line, Chair. He dictates from that ivory tower while standing in front of the golden mirror in City Hall. This type of selfish leadership has cost Brisbane residents and workers big time throughout this pandemic. And his priorities are crystal clear. Himself and the LNP first, and residents and workers last every single time, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak to item A, the Newmarket Pool arrangement, to make sure that that facility gets even better. Can I begin by briefly describing Newmarket Pool? Newmarket Pool is at the edge of Newmarket and Alderley on Alderson Street, and it is a excellent community facility. It is Council's most popular summertime pool, and it regularly takes out the second most popular pool for the city each and every year. That, in many ways, is a testament to the lessees who took on this leasehold almost 20 years ago, and have grown the attendance rate from that time, where the annual attendance rate for Newmarket Pool is roughly the same as what you would expect in a January today under normal conditions. And so I want to congratulate them and their efforts. They rightly have been recognised as having experience in interacting with council and delivering a high quality product and high quality upgrades that's discussed explicitly inside the report, the sort of works that they've been able to do with us in a partnership in the past that really have once again brought that facility to a new level. Some of the things here that we're doing are necessary support items around the filtration and heating system. Now, the heating opportunity should mean that rather than closing through the winter months, which it has historically done, Newmarket Pool will now be able to operate if it chooses, if the market around there, if the people, the residents wish to swim through the winter, they will be able to do so, and therefore we'll expect to see Newmarket swimming pool become the most popular pool in all Brisbane very, very soon. The filtration system will be both for the principal pool and for the learn to swim and smaller pools around, which is a necessary support system to make sure that the water stays healthy and clean. When you do have a public pool like that, we have to make sure that it is always healthy and safe, and that the principal 50-metre pool will be replaced. The report says, and the Lord Mayor recognised earlier, that the pool was built in 1972. So when my family moved from Dalby to Wilston, and they were there as primary school age children to see the pool opened, when I attended my grade 11 and 12 swimming carnivals at Newmarket Pool, it was the same pool that we were all swimming in, and right down to today, it is the same Olympic pool. So we have most definitely got our bang for buck out of the original 1972 Olympic pool, our community. It has been there for a long time, but I look forward to the upgrades, to the replacement. It'll be a modern Olympic standard pool that will reflect the standards we see in other pools around the city, but also allow for better training facilities for swimmers and a very successful swimming club there. It'll allow for better water retention and reduced water loss through water being splashed out of the pool. There'll be improved guttering. As you can tell, Mr. Chair, I'm very keen to see this project proceed, and I look forward to it. I recommend it to my fellow councillors, and I very much look forward to its completion sometime in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on items B and C, and I'd ask that item C is taken seriatim for voting purposes, please.
Seriatim for voting. Yep. Noted.
Yes, please. Thank you. With respect to item B, just briefly, and I hope, well, the Lord Mayor's no longer in the meeting, I don't think, but hopefully he will come back to wrap up this session. I am very interested by what swing out facilities as part of the Bridge Climb project actually means. Is this a platform that springs out? Is this people that are going to jump off the top of the Story Bridge? Is this some sort of bungee jumping? I would like some more information on this. The history of safety around the bridge and the deaths that have occurred from people who've committed suicide from the bridge make any potential movement off the bridge, I think, quite significant one for us. Now, I appreciate the important tourism function provided by the Bridge Walk, and I'm very supportive of that. This may be just the way this is described in the E&C report before us today, but I have concerns about the way the descriptor has been used, and that relates to what these swing out facilities are. If this is people swinging off the bridge, then I would absolutely not support what is being proposed here. And I think this needs to be clarified. If this is some sort of extension of a platform, then certainly I think that would need some careful scrutiny. Again, if people are seen to be hanging off the side of the Story Bridge, that may present concerns for drivers passing underneath. It may present concerns from others who can see this from the ground but not see what's happening, and it may cause some distress to residents who are concerned. I mean, at the moment, the Bridge Climb largely uses the structure of the bridge, and people's movements are somewhat sequestered within the structure of the bridge. So I'm seeking some further information about what this swing out function actually means, how it will be used, and what impact that's going to have on people's safety and the perceived safety of people participating. My main concern with the E&C paper today is the COVID-19 response policy. I note that the Chief Executive Officer and the Executive Management Team have a duty under the Work Health and Safety legislation to, quote, eliminate, or if that is not possible, minimise, so far as reasonably practical, the risk of exposure to infection from COVID-19 in the workplace. I have read the attachments, the policies. They are woefully underdone. And there are a number of areas where I feel council has been lax in this policy. And, that's something that I think needs to be corrected. And I don't support what's being put forward here today. So let me say this. Firstly, this policy does not address customer service staff. Now, customer service staff, I'm particularly concerned about, and there are plenty across council, but this policy does not address customer service staff in our ward offices. Libraries are mentioned. Those are examples of staff who are engaged in face-to-face activities and have been through the process. Events are mentioned. Certainly hospitality is mentioned, but there is absolutely no reference in either of the two documents before us, that is the public health and social measures linked to vaccination status, or the HRP 162 COVID-19 response policy. Now, the only thing that I can find is that the CEO is planning to look at the significant effect to workers as defined in council's certified agreement. Now, our ward staff are on individual contracts. They're not under a certified agreement, so they're excluded from the process that's outlined in the policy before us today. The policy also goes on to refer to it applying to all council employees who have to adhere to the controls outlined. Now, the controls outlined are incredibly unclear. The policy document absolutely lacks detail. So, for example, it says that council will undertake a risk assessment. 2 years into the global pandemic, they haven't done one. Certainly, you know, I know our council support officers talk to us about what we need, but let me be clear, the things I've asked for have not been delivered. So this year I have asked whether or not we, council could source rapid antigen tests for our frontline staff. These are people who are engaged in working with the community. The response I got to that was no, council was not going to do that, but ward officers could. So I have gone and done that, and I'm using my ward budget to provide tests for my staff if they require. What concerns me now with the policy is the policy goes on to state that there may be a requirement for staff to undertake COVID testing as a requirement, and I quote, as a requirement for a person carrying out certain roles or entering certain workplaces. Now, presuming the requirement for rapid antigen tests for those customers who are, for those council employees who are most exposed to the public, presumably that's ward office staff, that would be bus drivers, that would be library staff. So I guess my first question is, what is the administration doing when there is zero information in a COVID policy about how frontline council staff are going to be supported to meet the requirement that the CEO is now putting on them that testing must be undertaken before entering a workplace? That is unreasonable. Now, I'm fully aware that many workplaces around Queensland and Australia are requiring staff to undertake rapid antigen tests in some circumstances. Some in sensitive positions are asked to do them every day before they come to work. Others are being asked to do them at certain times. Now, the CEO has put down this really broad statement that it is a requirement for a person carrying out a certain role or entering a workplace, you know, to undergo testing, but there's no support mentioned for that. Worse than that, it's only certified agreement staff that are being specifically addressed. So the risk assessment, I'm concerned, is inadequate. It doesn't recognise all staff, but most importantly, those in the front line undertaking customer service in our ward offices. Two, there certainly says there'll be consultation with affected workers, but presumably the CEO means only council officers under certified agreements, health and safety representatives and unions. Well, I'm sorry, but there are 27 of us. The LNPs had an increase in staff numbers. The ALPs had an increase in staff numbers. I haven't. Councillor Shree hasn't, to my knowledge. And I am concerned that our staff are being left out of safety issues related to COVID. And 2 years into this crisis, that's not good enough. So my first issue is around the inadequacy of this policy, the failure of it at a practical level to address customer service staff in our ward office, and thirdly, the fact that the measures in here are not practical. They have no timeframes associated with them. They don't appear to involve consultation with all customer service staff, and there are a heap of other problems with this as well, but I'm running out of time. My second issue relates to my other request, which so far has been in relation to staffing. So 2 years ago, we were told that there would be a pool of support staff provided for us to draw from when our officers were down on staff. Now, we are dealing with that very situation now, and my requests to councillor support, we've been told that there are no staff. So I don't know if that means that the pool's not been set up, whether there are staff, or whether or not they're all out.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Move for an
Any
extension
further
of time.
speakers? Councillor Landers.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Thank you. Been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences when councillors leave the chamber doors or turn off their microphones and we have a break for 15 minutes. All in favour, please say aye. Raise your hands.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. See you back here on Zoom in 15 minutes or so. E&C information report. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am speaking on item C today. Mr. Chair, somewhat predictable comments from Councillor Cassidy. This is an HR policy, and in responding to the pandemic, Council has been managing the risks of COVID and implementing control measures outlined in a workplace health and safety plan. This Council, under the leadership of the Lord Mayor, has in fact been very proactive in supporting our staff. We were one of the first employers to provide leave to staff to go and have vaccinations. Look, I also want to acknowledge anyone in this room and in the community who may have been personally impacted by COVID in recent months. It's been a particularly challenging time. Many of my friends have tested positive, and I'm hoping for a full and speedy recovery for our residents. I also want to take the chance while I have it, Mr. Chair, to thank health workers, including pathology workers who have endured some really trying circumstances. As the Lord Mayor has said, we will continue to follow the advice and directives issued by Queensland Health and the federal government. Now, this policy has been designed using a tiered approach and allows for the introduction of additional COVID-safe controls to mitigate and manage the risks as they emerge. It allows the controls to be escalated or de-escalated as the situation changes. In summary, Mr. Chair, and as the Lord Mayor has said, it was introduced in line with borders opening and increased levels of transmission in our community. And I really want to thank the officers, particularly our HR team, who have done a lot of work behind the scenes to minimise the risk to our council employees. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor.
No, nothing further from me.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We now move to the vote on item A and B. Items A and B. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? Declare that motion carried. Thank you. We now move on to the vote on item C. Item C, all in favour of item C, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? Thank you. I declare that motion carried. Councillors, we move on to Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee decisions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the
Point of order.
Oh, there's a point of order. Councillor Johnston.
I was literally just let in. Did you conduct a vote on the E&C report?
Yes. What, those who are in the room?
Well, I can't get into the room, unfortunately, unless we're admitted, and it's not reasonable for you to conduct voting if all councillors have not been admitted back into the meeting after the afternoon tea break. So I would appreciate it if you could ensure that that vote is taken when all councillors are admitted and in the room, because I wanted to vote on that issue.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
I'd like to just call a division on that last vote so that we.
Look, I'm happy to, Councillor Johnston, who's admitted into the room is not in my remit, outside my sphere of influence, but I'm happy in that, if that was the case, to conduct that vote again on item C, if that is okay with all other councillors. Councillors, we are re-voting on item C in the E&C decisions report. All in favour, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. Raise your hands.
No.
Are there any abstentions? I declare that motion carried.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston
I'll second that.
and seconded by Councillor Sri. Please ring the bells. Councillors, the vote is the division on item C in the E&C report. All in favour of this report, please say aye and raise your hands
Aye.
and say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
Are there abstentions? Thank you. Class, please read the result.
Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour, 1 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. The ayes have this motion. Now,
Point
we
of order,
move.
Mr. Chair.
Pardon, Councillor Johnston?
Point of order on a procedural.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Just to clarify a procedural matter, you've just stated prior to that division that you're not responsible for making sure we've been admitted into the meeting, but you are responsible for the running of the meeting. Can you give us an undertaking now that you will ensure that all councillors waiting to be admitted are admitted prior to you conducting any further votes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 2021-2022 on matters usually considered by the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee be noted.
Second that.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 2021-2022 on matters usually considered by the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee be noted. Is there any debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During recess, 2 petitions were addressed. The first one was a petition requesting that Council implement a requirement for larger sized parking spaces for pregnant mothers to be provided in all publicly accessible car parks. The petition contained 8 signatures. The petitioner suggested that the car parking spaces be of a similar dimension to those provided in car parks for carers with prams. It is proposed that this be accessed via a permit scheme similar to the disability parking permits. Operators of private parking facilities may choose at their discretion to allocate parking spaces for particular user groups such as pram parking. Whilst council has responsibility for ensuring that new developments provide the requisite number and configuration of car parking spaces, it is the state government's Department of Transport and Main Roads which administers the scheme for the issuing and maintenance of disability parking permits. The introduction of a similar scheme for pregnant mothers would be a matter for DTMR to consider. The second petition was a request of council immediately stop the micro subdivision of existing properties at Parkland Village, Forest Lake. This particular petition contained 657 signatures. Petitioners requested that council deny all development applications for subdivision, both existing and future, and re-examines those development applications that have been approved but not yet built upon, with a view to either withdrawing approval to build or enforcing the same building conditions used by the original developers, Delphin Land Lease. City Plan 2014 is council's current plan for the future development of Brisbane and guides how land in Brisbane is used and developed. The original development control plan for Forest Lake ceased to have effect when the previous Brisbane City Plan 2000 commenced and council introduced the Forest Lake local plan. Such plans have subsequently become redundant with newer iterations. The Forest Lake Neighbourhood Plan provides for a range of lot sizes to be established in the residential precinct, with minimum areas ranging from less than 450 square metres to 1,000 square metres, with corresponding performance outcomes regarding the total number of dwelling houses and the spread of density across the precinct. Officers from Development Services continue to track these applications to ensure that the number of lots for residential purposes in the residential precinct remain within the requirements of the Forest Lake Neighbourhood Plan. And council have been in contact with these petitioners on a number of occasions, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Councillor Allen, is there any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As councillor of the Forest Lake Ward, I do not support the council's petition response, which allows further micro subdivisions of lots within the Forest Lake Master Plan community, specifically the Parkland Village Communities Action Group Primes petition that we're debating here today. The Forest Lake Master Plan was established by an act of Parliament, and this is the only master plan community in all of Brisbane and should be respected. The plan was designed to accommodate 8,000 dwellings in total, being made up of dwelling houses on various size blocks, also in course including dual occupancy and also multiple dwellings as well. Of the original plan of 8,000 dwellings in the Forest Lake, the only there still is a few remaining blocks that haven't been developed, but they are really few in number. The design of the master plan sought to make available various size lots for large families, with the goal that parents of large families would be able to downsize to a smaller block and still be able to remain in the Forest Lake community. And the reduction of these large family blocks, which, by the way, is between 1,000 and 1,200 square meters, are rapidly disappearing, which means those large families, right, won't have that available to them once all this micro development filters right through this particular village and potentially other villages as well. The current city plan is 2014. However, many of the petitioners purchased their properties under the City Plan 2000, with the understanding that these blocks would not be subdivided in the future. A master plan community like Forest Lake should have been, I believe, better consulted directly with any proposed city plan changes
that would have a deleterious effect on the master plan community. Bearing in mind, this is the only master plan community, so it wasn't like we were going to have to do work right across Brisbane. We'd only really have to do it in this particular one community. The type of consultation should have been done in the lead up to the new City Plan 2014, especially when you consider that both levels of government, whether it be council and or state government, was controlled by the LNP. So there was not going to be any political argy and bargy here, right? It could have been done. The recommendation to council, to the petitioners, did not address the problems that the Parkland Village has with the micro subdivisions. The petitioners are not happy with the process that council undertook in considering the petition. Specifically, that the petition never came before the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee at any time in the past months. That was conveniently directed to the ENC for approval during the committee recess. All of the more than 650 petitioners believe that this is a very serious issue. This process is allowed. However, if this process is allowed, the petitioners believe that their voice is important and the petition should have had the full and proper review. The petitioners are equally concerned at the fact that the correspondence from Brisbane City Council with the decision from the ENC was not signed off by a senior member of the ENC, specifically the chair of city planning or the Lord Mayor. None of the information that came out of the investigation that informed the recommendation was made available to the petitioners. The petitioner who actually lodged the petition at the Lord Mayor's office initially was denied proof of lodgement, and the petitioner really insisted that they were not going to leave the Lord Mayor's office until that lodgement proof was received, which in due course was. I believe the Brisbane City Council owes the residents a full review of the micro subdivisions that are going on in the Parkland Village of the master plan community called Forest Lake. And finally, the master plan community was brought about by an act of parliament in a forward-thinking Brisbane City Council under the stewardship of then the Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkins and Premier Wayne Goss, who allowed the master plan development to go forward. And this master plan development was put into place to cater for the whole community. And this is what they believe is now under threat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Just briefly on both items. With the item A, I note the completely inadequate petition response, which basically says council can't require private car parking operators to allocate spaces for particular groups like mothers with prams or pregnant people. What council can do and what council refuses to do is to look at the TAPS policy and make sure that there are policy settings in place to cater for the need for wider car parks. The car parking requirements in many shopping centres are incredibly narrow. They can be 2.3 or 2.4 metres wide. That's difficult in a four-wheel drive. That's enormously difficult if you have a pram or a mobility device. I appreciate what council's saying here, but there is a practical way to address this issue, and council's just refusing to look at it. And that is to look at whether or not changes to TAPS can be made to make policy changes, at least for future developments. Now, we know that these big shopping centre providers come to council with extensions all the time, with changes to their building structures all the time. There's certainly, for example, at Indooroopilly near me, there's been multiple DAs underway since they've started and multiple changes to car parking and traffic arrangements. So to me, this issue has not been properly considered by council. And I think that council should be looking at policy changes in TAPS to make sure that this issue can be addressed in an appropriate way. And it's disappointing that the chair didn't raise this. I don't know whether E&C considered it. It just seems to be that the standard LNP response to petitions, i.e. the residents of Brisbane asking council to look at an issue, is grossly inadequate. And there's not a lot of innovative thinking going on. To quote John Grisham, it's deny, deny, deny. And that's not, in my view, a good way to run an open and accountable administration. So to me, this is an inadequate response. And there's certainly other options, practical options that we could be looking at here that would make it better for people in the future, and certainly from a longer term point of view. Just with respect to item B, I had an email about this, as I'm sure most councillors did, and certainly I've listened carefully to Councillor Strunk's concerns. Again, this is council's planning process, just doing over residents in a community. It's very clear to me that City Plan 2014, on day one of the week-long debate, it was clear to me that it was a grossly inadequate plan. It had terribly adverse impacts for people, and we are just seeing every day since then the damage that City Plan 2014 has caused. And I think that, again, this administration is not respecting community views, and I don't support item B. And I've listened carefully to Councillor Strunk, who's a very measured person. He's very informed about this issue, and I don't support council's response because it does not meet community expectations. It does not meet the intended planning scheme intent for the master plan in this area. And again, this is a failure of council's planning policy to adequately address community concerns.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Chair, yeah, just asking that each item be taken seriatim, thanks. No debate, just that B be taken separately, please.
Vote seriatim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay. Any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'd just point out that both the City Plan 2000, City Plan 2014, the Forest Lake local plan, and then the subsequent neighbourhood plan all entailed public consultation and feedback. So, there was a mechanism for this feedback to be addressed or included in the consultation process. Now, I did take the opportunity to check with City Legal in respect of these sort of alleged covenants or lot size control that might have been put in, or when Delphin did the development in the first instance. There's seems to be a lot of reference to what was originally provided by the developers and what the community thought would remain as larger lots. But the reality is that the City Legal have checked. There are no covenants on these sites. We've gone right back to the original sort of acquisition. And so there are no restrictive covenants that would preclude a subdivision of these blocks to smaller blocks. And so I think that ultimately there have been opportunities for, as the various city plan iterations have been worked on, for feedback into the process. So ultimately we have done what we believe is accurate. The development services team have assessed these particular applications against the requirements of City Plan and the State Planning Act, and I'll leave further debate. Well, actually no further debate now. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. We now move to the votes. A and B are seriatim. Clerks, are there any councillors in the waiting room waiting to be admitted to the meeting? No? Nobody waiting to be admitted. I'll put this to the vote. Item A, we're voting on item A in the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee decisions. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? I declare that motion carried. We now move to item B. Clerks, are there any councillors waiting to be admitted to the meeting? No? We now move to the vote on item B. Item B, all in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
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 Are there any abstentions?
Division.
Oh, we haven't got there yet. I declare that
Okay.
motion carried.
Division.
Called by Councillor Strunk and
Seconded.
Councillor Cumming. Please ring the bells. It looks like we'd have everyone here. We could have everyone here. Oh, who's waiting to be admitted? Nope. Okay. Clerks, are there any councillors waiting to be admitted to the room? In the waiting room? There is.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
The system.
The division is on item B in the City Planning Suburban Renewal Committee decisions report. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No.
Are there any abstentions? Clerks?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8 on the agenda. Lord Mayor, will you please move the motion?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that this council calls on the Queensland Government to increase the percentage of social and affordable housing within the Woolloongabba Station priority development area from a minimum of 15% to a minimum of 30% to help address the chronic shortage of social and affordable housing in Brisbane. And that we call on the Queensland Government to rule out their initial plan for the PDA, which allowed a developer to convert the provision of affordable housing to a financial contribution in lieu. And finally, calls on the Queensland Government to amend the interim land use plan to require significantly reduced car parking for all future residential development within the PDA, noting the close proximity to a future Cross River Rail and existing busway station and significant traffic congestion on all sides of the site.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you. It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adams that this council, one, calls on the Queensland Government to increase the percentage of social and affordable housing within the Woolloongabba Station priority development area from a minimum 15% to a minimum 30% to help address the chronic shortage of social and affordable housing in Brisbane. Two, calls on the Queensland Government to rule out their initial plan for the PDA, which allows a developer to convert the provisions of affordable housing to a financial contribution in lieu. Three, calls on the Queensland Government to amend the interim land use plan to require significantly reduced car parking for all future residential development within the PDA, noting the close proximity to a future Cross River Rail and existing busway station and significant traffic congestion on all sides of the site. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. obviously, Brisbane and Queensland, right across the spectrum, has had in recent times a significant boost in property values. And it's come at an unexpected time in many ways, where many people were originally in the start of the pandemic concerned about how the property market would track, but then it went gangbusters to the point where many parts of Brisbane have seen increases of 30 to 40 to even 50% or more in their valuations and sale prices. Now, obviously, that's something that if you own a house, you'll be pretty excited about to see the value of your more than likely number one investment increase. But we're also conscious of the fact that if you're not currently a property owner, that presents even more challenges to getting into the market. And in particularly, it provides a challenge when it comes to key workers. So when I talk about key workers, I mean those essential workers that keep our city ticking, whether they are nurses in the hospitals in South Brisbane and other areas, whether they are teachers, whether they are police officers, whether they are cleaners, but all of those essential people to keep our economy ticking along, and not necessarily in the higher paid jobs, but having a significant affordability issue to live near where they would ideally like to live, or in fact to live near their workplace. And so one of the very special opportunities and important opportunities that we have here with Woolloongabba in the PDA and also the Cross River Rail site is a great opportunity to do something that is incredibly well located. It is literally, and look, we're used to seeing real estate agents say that every single property they're selling is well located, but this one is hard to beat. It is hard to find any other large site, and this is a large site. I think this is something like 24 football fields of land that we're talking about. So it's a large site. It is located literally within a stone's throw of the city. It is located within a stone's throw of major transport infrastructure that either exists at the moment or is being built. It exists within a stone's throw of our new Kangaroo Point Green Bridge that construction is gearing up on right now. It exists with great access to many different parts of the city. And it exists close to those areas of major employment, whether they be hospitals or universities, whether they be office buildings in the CBD, whether they be those inner city employment hubs. And so it is genuinely hard to find a better located site in the whole of Brisbane. And so that's one thing. But the second thing is this is a government-owned site. This is a site that is already owned by the taxpayers and the ratepayers of Brisbane. It is owned by the state government. And as we know, it is currently a construction site for the Cross River Rail project, a project that will deliver a new station right on this site, which will provide great access for any new development that occurs, for any new parkland that is provided here, and also for the Olympic venue that will be the Gabba Stadium in the future. Nearby, we have a busway station. And that busway station will continue to service this new development. And nearby, we have our fantastic Woolloongabba Bikeway right across the road from this site that links people safely in through to our existing bikeway network. So it ticks all of the boxes when it comes to location. It ticks the box in terms of already being government owned. It ticks the box in terms of public and active transport access. And I mentioned also proximity to Kangaroo Point Bridge. And so we have a real opportunity to do something here that will make a difference when it comes to the provision of affordable housing and social housing in our community. And so what we're simply asking is that the state government lifts their sights when it comes to what they can do with this particular site when it comes to affordable and social housing. They proposed early on that they would have 15% affordable housing in any new redevelopment of the site. And we are saying that target is nowhere near bold enough. It should be at least double that. To have a provision of 30% or a minimum of 30% affordable or social housing on this site makes so much sense. It provides for those key workers at a location that is ideal. And that would potentially total up to 600 apartments on this site if you look at the size of the site. Now, you might say, well, will this actually even make a dent when it comes to affordability? Absolutely it will. Absolutely it will. If you actually look at the provision of social housing by the state government in recent years, we've seen the number of tenancies, I'm advised, the number of tenancies managed by the state government in terms of social housing has only increased by 287, whereas over the same period, the wait list for that social housing has increased by 1,800. And so this would represent significantly more housing than the state government has built in years. You have to go back, I think, to something like 2017, and this one project would provide more housing than something like 4 or 5 years of state government provision. And so this would make a difference. It would make a real difference. And it is a good place to start, given it is already state government owned and that the plans for the site do not appear to have been confirmed or locked in at this stage. And so the current approach that the state government is using is not working. We'd like to work with them to deliver a good outcome on a site that they own. Now, there's been various challenges that they have had over the years when it comes to increasing the supply of public housing. And it has seemed to me that instead of just building new public housing, what the state government has been doing is been selling off existing public housing in a lot of areas. So rather than just increasing the stock, they're selling some and they're trying to use some of that money to build new stock. But we're sort of not getting the outcomes I think that the community would expect, and certainly not meeting the demands of those waiting lists that we can see. So this would provide a major boost to the state government's provision of affordable and social housing. It is well located. But the other thing that I wanted to say is that the zoning of this site is appropriate. Some of the other areas where the state government has proposed to do large scale projects have been in low density areas, low density communities. And many people across them, and we've heard the debate that Councillor Strunk just talked about in a low density area. Many people would not like to see the nature or character of their low density areas changed in a substantial way. And so this provides an opportunity that is in an appropriate area for a significant higher density proposal. And as I said, it's really well located. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that our proposal talks about reducing the amount of car parking that is provided at this site. Now, it makes obvious sense that when you've got such great public transport links, when you have such great active transport links, not only a train station that will see trains, according to the state government, turning up every 6 minutes, you've got a busway station there that see buses turn up literally every minute or so. You have a world-class bikeway leading to this precinct, and we're building a bridge just down the road to get you into the city. So these are all good reasons why you would look at lower provision of car parking. But there is another one as well. If you had thousands of new residents living in this site, and all of those residents had a car, or even there was a couple of cars per household, the burden and the additional traffic congestion that would place on the surrounding traffic network there would bring it to a grinding halt. I have no doubt about that. You would not get a good traffic congestion outcome. You would literally add to what is already a congested part of the city, thousands and thousands of extra motor vehicle trips per day. And so this is a great example to put that transit-orientated development to test right here in this ideal location. And so we're taking a very reasonable approach here. We want to work with the state government to get a good outcome for housing affordability in our city and in our community. And I think I've touched on some of the reasons why this site is really genuinely a great opportunity and it's unique. One final thing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Your time has expired. Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak in support of this motion. As a city, the conversation around housing affordability needs to become much more prominent, and action certainly does need to be taken now. House prices are skyrocketing across Brisbane and locals are being priced out of their communities. Rental prices in the last year have increased by 12.9%, while wages grew by 0.2% across Queensland, obviously very concentrated in the southeast corner and in Brisbane. So this, by definition, now is a crisis. Housing is one of the most basic human rights, but in Brisbane, that very much is under threat for ordinary people. Some pundits are predicting Brisbane as an Olympic city will have a $1 million median house price. That is not a good Olympic legacy for more than 50,000 people on the public housing wait list, or the tens of thousands and probably hundreds of thousands soon living in precarious private rentals as well. Everywhere I go, everything I see points to the fact that one of the biggest issues facing Brisbane is housing security, which is the biggest part of people's economic security. It's interesting to see this current Lord Mayor all of a sudden become an advocate for affordable housing without really doing anything himself to address the issue, Chair. Advocacy is, of course, important. We do need champions at a council level for public and social housing. Councillor Schrinner is an advocate, of course, for himself. When you've been around as long as Councillor Schrinner has, you get yourself a bit of a track record. We only have to look at his time as councillor for Chandler Ward to see what he really thinks of public housing. In front page news, he said, and I quote, Chair, "The largest stock of public housing is in Inala, and we all know what reputation that suburb has," Councillor Schrinner said. He went on to say, "If the government thinks local residents will stand by and watch Carina Heights turn into a slum, they are gravely mistaken." Now, they are the words of this current LNP, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. So I don't think a leopard ever really changes its spots. And it's quite evident, Chair, that the current Lord Mayor doesn't have much conviction or understanding, I think, when it comes to this issue. In the space of minutes just the other day, when the current Lord Mayor put this idea out there, he both claimed that what he was wanting at the Woolloongabba site would be public housing, and then not public housing, but social or affordable housing. And he said that again. He's been conflating both of those again today in this debate. He doesn't seem to have much of an understanding about the difference between government-owned, state-run Department of Housing or social and community-run housing, or the definition of affordable housing as well. And I think he is probably confused for pretty good reason. He's not really committed to the issue. He got what he wanted out of it at the time, Chair, and that was some media. So it's all well and good for this LNP Mayor to come in here today to put pressure on other levels of government to act on housing affordability, but as the largest council in Australia, we should be leading by example. As a council, we should be acting on this issue in every manner possible and in investing in affordable housing. The last time council did anything meaningful on affordable and social housing was when Jim Sawley helped set up the Brisbane Housing Company. The LNP have done absolutely nothing on that front since. Instead of helping community housing providers provide social and affordable housing, this LNP administration have, instead of doing that, decided to give millions of dollars in developer discounts to billionaires building five-star hotels in the CBD of Brisbane. That's the real priority. That's the track record of this LNP administration in council. The Labor team in council has been listening to housing providers. We have been meeting with community housing providers. And we won't just be an advocate for them, but we'll be putting forward practical actions that really address the housing affordability crisis here in Brisbane. The affordability crisis in people being able to afford to purchase a home, and the affordability crisis on people being able to rent a home in this city as well. Now, we had the Lord Mayor casting aspersions on the state government's track record when it comes to investing in social housing. At the moment, while he's trying to distract from his own inadequacies when it comes to housing affordability on his watch in his city, the state government is investing $2.9 billion into social and affordable housing, and that's the largest concentrated investment in Queensland's history, which will deliver 7,400 new social and affordable housing commencements across Queensland by 30th of June 2025. So while we're seeing action on that front, we're seeing some form of advocacy by the Lord Mayor, even though it's mostly self-serving. We will support this motion today, but we want to, in wanting to help address the housing affordability crisis in this city, but we certainly don't trust this LNP administration to take an actual lead on anything to do with Brisbane's housing affordability crisis, which is a great shame for our city.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this motion today, and I think it is very important that in this debate, all speakers must be very careful not to disparage or marginalise people who need public or affordable housing, because it is a matter of dignity and allowing them to be treated with respect as we look at options available to them. And Mr. Chair, you know, it's interesting to hear the Leader of the Opposition because the Labor Party likes to talk the talk when it comes to affordable housing and transit-oriented developments, but never really walks the walk. What the Lord Mayor has outlined today is a very sensible plan to ensure the Labor state government can actually deliver on affordable housing in Brisbane. Now, this is putting forward a very sensible option. We have a very, very unique opportunity with the Woolloongabba Priority Development Area, referred to generally as the PDA, to use 30% of that site for social and affordable housing. It is also an opportunity to take advantage of the very significant public transport connections in this area, to limit car usage and to deal with the increased congestion that we are seeing and that will be expected in and around the Gabba in the years to come. Now, I do certainly hope that the Premier and her Cabinet colleagues do pay attention to what the Lord Mayor has outlined today. And if they do, down in George Street, if they listen to what the Lord Mayor has said today, then approximately 600 social and affordable housing apartments will be extremely well serviced by the initiatives, particularly the public and active transport ones that the Schrinner Council is leading. Of course, our game-changing Brisbane Metro will deliver in spades for the new residents around the Gabba through the Martyr Hill Metro Station, as well as enhanced bus services through the Woolloongabba Busway Station. With 60 turn-up and go metros, Martyr Hill will service both metro lines and be able to access stations all the way from the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital to 8 Mile Plains or to the University of Queensland. The Woolloongabba Busway Station is a key hub for our bus network.
You're raising a point of order,
and that's
Councillor
how
Street.
it links in with this PDA site.
Excuse me, Councillor Owen. Councillor Street is raising a point of order.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, just on relevance, I understand Councillor Owen's going on a bit of a digression around the metro, which I'm fine with, but I just want to understand, because I might also like to go on a digression about public transport, whether that is relevant to the motion.
I believe it's relevant given the location of the site in question.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you, Councillor Owen.
And I'll just repeat my last statement again. The Woolloongabba Busway Station is a key hub for our bus network, particularly at this PDA site. And this site will be serviced by high frequency routes. The buses that travel through that stop at the Gabba service many outer suburbs as well. And this will provide connectivity for people living in this PDA site to travel easily to visit family and friends across the city. The Schrinner Council has also funded a business case for a new city glider, the Gold City Glider, that will add another high frequency bus service to connect Woolloongabba and this PDA site with the city and also through to Hamilton. What I can only hope is the state government gets on board and puts their money where their mouth is when it comes to public transport and agrees to contribute funding for this service. Alongside Cross River Rail, this former GoPrint site is well positioned to be connected by bus, train, metro, and also the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. And I know that this site at the Gabba PDA will see many people utilising the Schrinner Council's green bridges. So we also know that the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge is currently under construction, and it will also be a very important connection from the city to the inner south. Whether the people living in this site want to walk or ride or use an e-bike or an e-scooter, it is critical for the future development of the area and reducing congestion that we have a high quality active transport connection for these people that potentially will move in at this location. I can already see that some of the thousands of people who are likely to move into this development will be in the future walking or riding into the CBD and utilising the other means of public transport to get around the city. Now, when we look at it, it would take about 10 minutes to ride a bike from that GoPrint site to CT White Park, which is the landing spot for the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. Mr. Chair, as you can see, whether it is bus, train, metro, walking, cycling, or e-scooter, our city now has a once-in-a-generation opportunity for a truly transport-focused development that will also help to tackle our affordable housing crisis. So this is a very critical moment for the state government to act. And I just reflect that the Leader of the Opposition said in his speech that action needs to be taken now. So I do say, please convey that also to your colleagues up in George Street. The Lord Mayor's call for a social and affordable housing guarantee at this Gabba site is required. And you only have to look at the latest REIQ residential vacancy report, which showed the Greater Brisbane vacancy rate had plummeted to just 1%. This is also supported by the latest Productivity Commission report, which has just been released as well. We all know that property prices have grown and keep growing, and rental properties have become harder to find. The average house price in the Gabba is now more than $1 million, locking out so many young people and essential workers. And many of these people rely on public transport, which is why it is important that we do have these sorts of housing options available where there are these major public transport connections and opportunities for them. This site will be one of the most connected parts of our city. With the proper planning and vision that the Lord Mayor has outlined, it is now up to the Palaszczuk Labor government to not let that go to waste. Labor will be missing an opportunity if they don't put their hands up with support to this, to really show their support to the most vulnerable in our community. This is an opportunity for our city to be a connected city, which will be less reliant on cars and hence will give a better environmental outcome. The Lord Mayor's proposal is more than double the number of new public housing properties the state has managed to deliver across all of Queensland since 2017. So I say to everybody, get on board with this opportunity for Brisbane. The Schrinner Council is setting a clear vision for our city where we can provide affordable housing and deliver access to world-class public and active transport connections as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers, Councillor Sri.
Thanks, Chair. And it's a pleasure to speak on this motion. And I must say it's a pleasure to see that other councillors in the administration are finally jumping on board with this discussion in a bigger way. It's certainly not the first time other councillors have talked about the need for social housing, but this does feel like a positive step. I've felt frustrated for some years that the council didn't seem to be actively engaging sufficiently with the opportunities presented around the Gabba Cross River Rail site. And so I do want to acknowledge that I think this is a positive step from the LNP administration to at least be bringing this motion and putting a bit of pressure on the state government. I'll start by saying that I agree wholeheartedly with the Mayor's contributions in terms of paragraphs 2 and 3 of the motion. The argument is well made, and it clearly makes sense that this should be a car-free development, and it would be ridiculous for the developers to be allowed to provide financial contributions in lieu of affordable housing. I would just stress that I think it really ought to be car-free, not just car-light. That means that with the exception of a few loading zones and disability parking bays, there doesn't need to be any off-street parking at all, because it is so well served by public transport, as Councillor Owen just outlined. But I would also add that by not having to provide car parking on site, whoever develops this site, whether it's the state government or non-profit housing orgs, will save a lot of money because they won't have to spend millions of dollars on big basement car parks, etc. The concerns I did have, though, and would like to unpack over the next few minutes, really come down to the lack of ambition and the slippage in definitions, which Councillor Cassidy already touched on briefly. But I do hope the Mayor will engage with this and reflect on this, and hopefully it will go on to influence his public messaging in other contexts. But the term affordable housing is so unhelpfully vague and ambiguous that it is capable of being applied to a really broad range of development styles, some of which don't actually help address the housing affordability crisis. And in this case, to be fair to the Mayor, he's simply using the state government's own language. And I'm pointing the figure squarely at the state government here for being quite, I think, slippery in terms of how they deploy language when they use the term affordable housing. To be clear, when I say public housing, I'm talking about traditional government-owned, government-managed housing where rent is capped at 30% of a tenant's income. That's public housing, and that's genuinely affordable for people on low incomes, 30% of their income. And the reason it's capped in that way is that there's ample research available to talking about housing stress, and that once you're paying more than 30% of your income towards housing, you're really under a lot of housing stress. You start skipping meals, medical expenses become an issue, etc. So that 30% is really important. The problem we have, which is that the state government, and in this case, the Mayor, use the term affordable housing usually to mean rental accommodation, which is rented out at 75% of market rents. And that term affordable housing has been used by the state government to apply both to privately owned housing that's rented out at 75% of market rent, and also to housing that's rented out by non-profit housing orgs, and in some cases owned by the state government and managed by those orgs. But let's just think a bit about what would that mean for a suburb like Woolloongabba, because currently the latest real estate data suggests that the average rent on an apartment in Woolloongabba is $540 per week. That's average rent on an apartment, and believe me, there are a lot of pretty low quality apartments included in that average. So if we think about 75% of that market rent, we're talking about $400. That's what an apartment would be rented out under the state government definition of affordable housing, is $400 per week. So for a tenant to not be under housing stress, for a tenant in one of these affordable housing apartments, and Lord Mayor, I hope you're following me, please interrupt. Anyone, feel free to interrupt me with questions if this isn't making sense. But for a tenant of one of these properties to not be under housing stress, their take-home pay after tax would have to be over $1,200 a week. Otherwise, they're under housing stress, and by definition, these affordable housing apartments are not actually that affordable. So when we talk about affordable housing for key workers, we have to ask ourselves, is the average nurse or the average teacher taking home $1,200 per week after tax? I don't think they are. And if they're not, then this definition of affordable housing of 75% market rent actually doesn't serve us very well. And it's important for all of us as elected representatives, and particularly for the major parties, to grapple with that challenge and recognise that their current definitions of affordable housing aren't actually that affordable. But more broadly, I wanted to make the point that, as the Lord Mayor said, this is public land and it should not be sold off. And to use the Mayor's own words, that target is nowhere near bold enough. So the Mayor's 100% right that the state government's projections of 15% social and affordable, that's woefully inadequate. But the Mayor's own proposed figure of 30% is, in my view, also woefully inadequate. This is a publicly owned site. My view is that 100% of the site should remain in public ownership, and that 100% of any dwellings or buildings on there should remain publicly owned. I think that's what we should be talking about when we're talking about public land. In other cities, they have forms of inclusionary zoning where private developers are required to hand back apartments to the public. Here we're talking about the opposite. I know there are some, I think, reasonable discussions to be had around creating good social mixes, and legitimate concerns that if 100% of the housing stock on a site like this were made available to people in very high needs, that would reinforce forms of locational disadvantage and concentrated disadvantage. I think some of those arguments are a little bit classist and have been well critiqued in other forums. But it's important to remember that even if 100% of the apartments on a site like this remain in public ownership, the state government still has a range of levers to ensure a diverse mix of demographics and income levels and communities are housed on this site. So it's possible, for example, that 100% of the apartments on the site could remain publicly owned. Some of them would be rented out to people on very low incomes with very high needs. Some might be forms of supported accommodation, but some could indeed be rented out to so-called key workers, to middle-class people at slightly higher rents, though I would argue not 75% of market rent. And in doing so, the state government is able to cross-subsidise the revenue from those higher paying tenants to actually make the project viable long-term. And this is one of the great tragedies of housing policy in Queensland, is that we've basically outsourced and privatised all the most profitable parts of the housing sector, and the government is left with the costs of providing housing to people only on the lowest incomes and with the highest needs. Whereas if we reconceptualise public housing as being something that is also available to the middle class and is also available to people on higher incomes, that becomes a revenue stream that can make the whole project more sustainable long-term. So I would argue very strongly that this site should be retained 100% for public housing. However, I'm going to move an amendment which proposes to amend the first paragraph of the motion and replace the figure 30% with the figure 90%. This would mean that the motion reads, paragraph 1 would read, calls on the Queensland Government to increase the percentage of social and affordable housing within the Woolloongabba Station Priority Development Area from a minimum 15% to a minimum 90% to help address the chronic shortage of social and affordable housing in Brisbane. Now, as I pointed out, thanks, Councillor Johnston, for that seconding that. As I've pointed out, the substance of a motion like this doesn't actually require that all 90% of that housing stock would be rented out to people on very high needs or on very low incomes. It could still be used to deliver a mix of housing tenures to a mix of demographics and income levels. Certainly, I think, considering how expensive all the housing is getting on surrounding sites, there's a very strong case that because all the other apartments on surrounding sites are very expensive, that the entirety of the site should be public housing for people on low incomes. And that would still deliver a good mix of residential accommodation types within that part of Woolloongabba. But the amended motion I'm putting forward doesn't go into that level of detail. It uses the Lord Mayor's own level of ambiguity and the state government's own level of ambiguity and leaves open the possibility that different tenures and different income levels could be housed, but simply reinforces the principle that because this is public land, that housing should remain publicly owned. And I think that's a crucial point that we as councillors should not relent on, that Anything else would be an asset sale. And that's effectively what the mayor's initial motion was supporting, is that the mayor is supporting an asset sale of at least 70% of
Councillor
development.
3, your time has expired. Are there further speakers?
He's moved the motion, Mr. Chairman.
He didn't move it, Councillor Johnston.
I did.
And I seconded it. You just ignored it, but it's definitely on the
He
record and it
didn't
was
physically
seconded.
move the motion
No,
to amend.
I did, Chair, and I've sent it through.
You flagged it without
he
moving
moved
it.
I moved it and I sent it through.
Okay, I'll take it as moved.
Oh,
Councillor 3 has moved an amendment that has been circulated, and it says this: it calls on the Queensland government. This is in paragraph 1. Calls on the Queensland government to increase the percentage of social and affordable housing within the Woolloongabba Station Priority Development Area (PDA) from a minimum of 15% to a minimum of 9% to help address the chronic shortage of social and affordable housing in Brisbane. Councillor 3, you have 5 minutes to speak to your amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I think I've broadly made the point I wanted to make. I would just use this opportunity to remind the Mayor and remind the Council administration of Councillor Owen's very apt words, which I thought were right on point. I think she said, and I'm quoting here, "Please convey that to your colleagues up in George Street." The Council administration is right to put pressure on the Queensland Labor government, but the Lord Mayor is also a senior power broker within the Queensland LNP. I haven't yet seen any commentary from LNP state members about this proposal, and I would respectfully and sincerely encourage the Mayor to talk to his state colleagues, because we can move motions here in the council chamber by all means, but it would be very helpful if the LNP came out at the state level and joined the Greens MPs in calling for a larger proportion of this site to be preserved for public and affordable housing. So I will just leave that thought with the Mayor and remind him that symbolic motions here at this level of chamber are a good start, but you're a significant power holder in this state, and you should be going back to your own party and encouraging state LNP members to elevate and amplify this call as well in order to put pressure on the state government. But in terms of this amended motion, I actually think it's something that all members of this chamber would be able to support, because it is not specifying exactly what social mix would be involved in the site. It's not saying that 90% of the housing stock would have to be public housing as that is currently understood. There's a range of tenure options available. Certainly as someone who would like to be able to afford to live in this area long term, there's a lot of people who might be described as middle income earners who they've already given up on the idea of buying a house of their own. But the idea of having long-term security of tenure where they can rent a government-owned building, a government-owned apartment is really attractive. And we're not talking about people who are down and out or who are really struggling financially. We're talking about middle-class young professionals for whom ownership maybe
Maybe even councillors?
Pardon?
Maybe even councillors?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd love to be able to afford to rent in Woolloongabba. Right now, though, the situation's pretty dire for a lot of young people, and it's opportunities like this where we can aim a little higher, we can be a little bolder, and 90% of housing stock being made available for people who really need to live in that area, I think would be a really good aspiration and a target to set. I think it should be 100%. I've moved 90% because I think that's something that the LNP ought to be comfortable supporting, emphasising once again that doesn't necessarily mean it has to all be public housing. It could be a mix of different forms of affordable and subsidised accommodation. I will just add as well that the Greens are on the public record as calling for 80% of the site to be preserved for public green space and public facilities such as sports fields. The site is 10 hectares in total, so there's plenty of room for more green space. And I do want to emphasise that the state government has been a little bit ambiguous and slippery with its comments on that front as well. It was good to hear the Mayor reinforcing the importance of public green space on this site, but the state government so far has said 50% public open space. Public open space is not the same as public green space, and we need to be really clear that what we need is 80% public green space and public sports fields. Public open space is just concrete, like King George Square. You could deliver 50% public open space on a site like this just with the concrete pathways between buildings, but that's not what I'm calling for. In addition to a significant proportion of public housing on this site, we need a significant portion of the site set aside for public parkland and public green space and community facilities that can meet the needs of this growing area. So I hope councillors will seriously consider supporting this amended motion. Once again, though, I really want to reiterate that it would be helpful for the LNP to be clearer and more specific about distinguishing between public housing and affordable housing, because I think that's a crucial question in this debate. I've seen lots of developers describe their projects as delivering affordable housing when actually they're not genuinely affordable. And as I explained earlier with the rough maths on the back of the envelope, you'd have to be earning, taking home over $1,200 a week after tax in order for an apartment that's rented out at 75% of market rate to rent to be genuinely affordable and not causing you housing stress. So I'll leave it at that and welcome any other debate on the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor. 3 further speakers on the amendment. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, just briefly on the amendment, but I do want to speak on the substantive motion. I'm happy to support Councillor Shree's proposal so that he can get his agenda up today for discussion. I don't agree with the proposal, though, to 90%. I have some concerns with that. And certainly, I think there needs to be a diversity of housing in any major master plan redevelopment in the city. Otherwise, there are very significant problems that flow. But I have some further significant comments on the substantive motion, and I'll speak on that in a moment.
Thank you. Any further speakers on the amendment? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think it is pretty clear that the Lord Mayor needs to articulate a bit better exactly what he's talking about when it comes to his support for public housing or affordable housing that's provided at 75% caps, like Councillor Shree says, or community provided social housing as well. The broadness of Councillor Shree's amendment is acceptable to Labor councillors. Having 90% affordable housing does give a project like this great scope to invite community housing providers to be part of this, as well as publicly delivered housing in the traditional sense, as well as some privately delivered housing as well. And the model, which I was listening along to Councillor Shree talking about, is one that sounds very familiar to me. It's one that housing providers here in Brisbane are delivering already and advocating for in that very mixed model, whether that's projects that Micah are delivering or Brisbane Housing Company as well. And what groups like the Brisbane Housing Company are trying to provide here in Brisbane are those affordable developments that provide a real mix of tenants and being able to provide homes, rental homes, to people who are essential to how our city works. People that might be working as a barista at the cafe at the PA hospital or a cleaner at the RBWH, but are forced further and further out, have to live at Logan or Ipswich or Morayfield or Caboolture and travel and put pressure on road networks and incur great costs in being able to provide for their housing. So to have those sort of mixed developments that are genuinely affordable, that could be provided, some of that could be provided depending on people's income from the private sector, some from community housing, and of course some publicly as well. I'm not sure whether the Lord Mayor or any LNP councillors have taken the time to sit down with those community housing providers. We certainly have. We've been listening to them and talking in great intricate detail about those challenges that renters are facing in this market at the moment, but also the challenges that those providers are facing from this council when they're trying to seek approval for development through the development application process, with roadblock after roadblock after roadblock put up in their ways. Things that this Lord Mayor is talking about here on a project that he has absolutely nothing to do with, and seemingly advocating for when it comes to a project that this council does actually have skin in the game on in approving. We're seeing that is very difficult for those community housing providers. So
Not interested.
Non-existent, yeah. And the support there, I'll take that interjection, Councillor Johnson. The support for those community housing providers from this council is absolutely non-existent. In fact, the support they should be getting is being given to billionaires building 5-star hotels, as I said earlier. So we'll be supporting this amendment from Councillor Sri, because what this could achieve in this model, in having a genuinely mixed yet affordable development at Wollongabba, would be a good thing.
Further speakers on the amendment? Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Sri for this amendment and the spirit in which he's approached the debate. You know, it is so far, it's been a constructive contribution. Now, it's interesting, Councillor Sri claimed that I supposedly was an LNP power broker and had real influence in the state LNP. I'm not sure if he understands how the LNP works, but thank you for your vote of confidence, Councillor Sri. It will be interesting to see how much pull Councillor Cassidy has with the state government if he comes in here and supports 90%, to see whether he can actually get the state government to deliver that outcome, or whether he's just ticking a box to be seen to be doing the right thing.
This is your motion.
One of the fascinating things is that when we discussed this, we were like, okay, what is the state government going to find acceptable? Because this is a genuine proposal that we have put forward in a spirit of cooperation, and certainly nothing that I have said or nothing that I have put forward has been party political. I have not attacked the state government. In fact, I've gone extremely softly on them, given their failure to deliver social housing. It's appalling, but I didn't make this party political, and I certainly haven't attacked the state government. I've just said, here's a great opportunity to get a good outcome. And so when we were discussing, well, what's actually going to be realistic and the state government is likely to accept, they put in, just be clear, they put in 15% of the site in their early plans would be social housing or affordable housing. Now, these are the definitions that they used, and these are the targets that they set. And so we're encouraging to lift their sites, double it, be bold. And, you know, we hope that they actually take this seriously, because we're actually being really reasonable here. And we're not pulling something that's pie in the sky that they're never going to accept. And so we genuinely had a discussion in our team about, well, what's reasonable for the state government to say yes to, because we actually want to get the outcome here. And so we settled on 30% because it was a doubling of what they had proposed, but it was still an opportunity that gives them the opportunity to, you know, get some value out of the site, which could help fund some good social housing outcomes. What 90% would do would mean that they couldn't extract any value out of the site when it comes to using that money to invest in good housing outcomes. And so we're actually trying to work with them to get an outcome here where they've got a funding source, which is the development that they can sell on the market, and then they can use that to double the social housing and public housing and affordable housing requirement. Now, for Councillor Cassidy and the Labor Party to say, oh yeah, 90%, great. Well, you know what? Deliver. Let's see what you can deliver. If you can pull off 90% on this site, I will sing your praises, Councillor Cassidy, and I will say, you know what, that guy, I rate him. He was able to get this done. But I just don't think the state government would ever go for it. I don't think they would ever go for it. In fact, what I suspect will happen is that they will back away and weasel away from their 15% target. Included in their plan is a way that developers can buy themselves out of their public and affordable housing requirement. So this is where the state government's mindset is, not increasing, but reducing. And so we were trying to get the right balance here. We thought 30% being a doubling of the requirement, gave a good outcome, but also gave them a funding source. 90% leaves them really with nowhere to go when it comes to a funding source. We know the state government is dead broke, and we were trying to help them out to get a reasonable outcome. What we will see here, and this would be genuinely sad, if this council voted to support a 90% plan, we might all go home feeling good about ourselves, but it's never going to happen. It'll never happen because the state government needs a way of paying for new social housing. And we were trying to provide that through our proposal. So that's really my position is, if you can get them to do 90%, you're a champion, you're a genius. I'll sing your praises, but it's never going to happen. We need to be realistic here and actually get the outcome. I want to see a real outcome. And you know what? I'd prefer to go in here and say 30% or 600 units and actually get that outcome than patting myself on the back by saying 90%, but get zero. So we won't be supporting this amendment because we simply believe that the state government will not buy it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers on the amendment? No further speakers on the amendment. Councillor Sri, right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. Do I have 5 minutes or 10?
You have 5.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks to the Mayor and to Councillor Cassidy for his support of the motion. I understand where the Mayor's coming from, and I think it's a shame that the Mayor and the LNP administration have essentially become a prisoner of their own low expectations. We have an opportunity to set a high threshold to call for something genuinely bold and ambitious, and in so doing broaden the parameters of debate and put a greater amount of pressure on the state government. The Mayor's right that the state government's looking for an excuse to weasel out of any affordable housing on the site. And in that context, I think it's important for us to reassert the position that this is public land. And once upon a time, not so long ago, even in my living memory, the government used to build 100% public housing on government-owned land. It's not so long ago. That was happening in the late 80s. So this idea that 30% is bold, I think it just shows how far the pendulum has shifted. And I mean, it's not surprising that the LNP would capitulate to neoliberalism in that way, but it is disappointed that we're having a debate here about 15% versus 30% affordable housing on public land, when we should be having that debate about private development sites. There are other cities around the world that say to private developers, you're building apartments on private land, you have to give us 20% of that housing back as public housing. That's inclusionary zoning, and that's where we should be taking the conversation. It should be taken for granted that on public sites like this, we have 100% public housing. And I completely disagree with the Mayor that the state government can't afford to fund this unless they sell off most of the assets. The reality is that housing in this city is profitable. Surprise. You can rent out, and this is what so many rent-to-buy developers are doing now. They're making big bucks building apartments and renting them out to middle-class tenants on an ongoing basis and collecting big revenue streams via rental payments. So if private developers can do that on private land and make that viable, then the state government, when they already own this land, could similarly retain ownership of the housing stock, build it, rent it out long-term, and collect revenue from that. So I think the Mayor respectfully has become, I think, co-opted by a fairly narrow and closed-minded view and understanding of how the state can provide public and affordable housing, and has forgotten that if managed correctly and the right mix is delivered, you can have a significant proportion of genuine public housing, as well as a proportion of housing that raises revenue for the government on an ongoing basis. Public housing and affordable housing doesn't need to be conceptualized as a cost that the government has to bear and that the government somehow has to find the money for. You take out a loan, you build it, you rent it out, you get the money back, you use that on ongoing maintenance. It's not so bizarre. If thousands of private developers can make private development financially sustainable when they also have to pay for the significant land costs up front, if all these private build-to-rent schemes are financially sustainable, then why can't the state government do its own build-to-rent schemes and retain ownership of this housing? That's the conversation we should be having. I am grateful to the Labor councillors for supporting my amendment, because I think that does at least push the conversation along a little way. But I think the mayor has fallen into the trap of expecting very little, and in so doing, creating a situation where the state government won't even live up to those low expectations. You might be lucky to get them to 20%, and I don't even know if you will in this context. From a political strategy perspective, it would actually be more compelling to say, this is public land, don't sell it off. We know how sensitive Labor is about concerns about asset sales. And if the LNP called this what it is and said, this is an asset sale of astronomical proportions, don't sell off any of it, develop it as public housing. If you don't have the money to develop it right now, leave some of it as green space and develop it later on. That would be a better approach. This site isn't actually going to be redeveloped in the next few years. There's a decent chance that if the Olympics goes ahead at the Gabba Stadium, which I hope it doesn't, but if it does, this site may not be developed as housing until after 2032. So there's plenty of time for the government to find the money it needs to build public housing on this site. The mistake and the trap is if this site is sold off for private development before then. This would be one of the largest asset sales of public land or private development rights over public land in the history of Brisbane's inner south side, if not the city as a whole, perhaps second only to the Queen's Wharf Mega Casino.
Thank you, Councillor Sri. Your time has expired. We'll now put your amendment to the vote. First, clerks, anybody in the waiting room that would like to vote? It's not on screen. No, everyone's here. Thank you. I'll now put Councillor Sri's amendment to the motion. All in favour of the amendment, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
No.
Are there any abstentions? The ayes, sorry, my correction, the noes have it. The amendment is not carried. We now move back to the...
Can I call a formal division?
You can.
Yeah,
Councillor Sri, you're moving a division?
Cheers.
Is that seconded by Councillor Cumming? Please ring the bells. Thank you, councillors. We have everybody on the screen. The division is about the amendment moved by Councillor Sri. All those in favour of Councillor Sri's amendment, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All opposed to the amendment, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
Are there any abstentions? Thank you, clerks.
Mr. Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour, 19 against and 1 abstention.
The amendment motion is lost. We now return to the substantive motion. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to enter the debate. Look, I'm afraid I've got some concerns with what's going on here, and I'm going to put them on the record. Firstly, this motion is clearly a political stunt by the Lord Mayor. It is a complete bit of political chicanery that deserves to be called out for what it is. This motion before us today, and look, the Lord Mayor's immediately gone off the screen. The motion before us today is calling on the state government to act. It has zero zero reference to Brisbane City Council. It makes no attempt by Brisbane City Council, the organisation that we represent and we are here to debate about, to engage in practical or policy measures to improve social or affordable housing. And what's worse is the Lord Mayor's duplicity in undertaking this motion has been exposed by his own words. He's voted against Councillor Shree's amendment to increase the amount to 90% because he said that the LNP councillors don't believe the states will buy it. Now, does anyone actually believe in the LNP administration that the ALP state government are going to buy this amendment that they're putting forward? The idea that somehow this is anything more than a political sleight of hand is absolutely a bit of spin by this Lord Mayor. Now, I'm outraged. And I look, there's so much politics going on in here. I understand that Councillor Shree is a genuine and long-term supporter of more public housing. I understand that his intentions are good here. The ALP councillors don't want to cause a problem here, so they're just rolling along with it. But the LNP's objectives here are political. They are purely political. If they were genuine about this council and this city engaging in a proper debate about public or affordable housing, we would see measures coming forward that commit our council and our city to responsive and necessary policy and practical changes to support social, public and affordable housing. None of that is happening. Instead, we've got an overtly political motion here from the Lord Mayor that's playing politics. It is just a pure bit of political chicanery. And I find it offensive. And I just would like to put on the record the following issues. Firstly, we don't hear anything from the LNP opposition at a state level. So clearly, this is something that the Lord Mayor is doing to attack the state Labor government. It's something that the LNP state members don't want to get their hands dirty with. They don't want to be talking about public housing. They don't want to have a policy on public housing. And you've got the Lord Mayor out there doing it for purely political purposes. That is not on. If this was a genuine issue, we would see it being raised by the LNP state opposition, and they are silent on the issue and making no attempt to do better. Secondly, this council has failed to do what it is telling the state government to do. The council's own investment vehicle, the CBIC, which undertakes development for council, it gets free land from this council, which it then uses to convert into commercial, residential, industrial property that it then sells for a profit. Even its signature residential development, Augustus Residences in Toowong, 90 apartments. Now, to take up both the Lord Mayor and Councillor Owen's feedback, close to a really significant bikeway, the Centennial Bikeway, access to ferries, new green bridges being delivered, and right on the train line. So what did our council do? Did it mandate that there should be 30% of Brisbane City Council supported apartments in this complex dedicated to social or affordable housing? No, it did not. It gave it to the CBIC to develop it privately to make a profit. Now, this council has repeatedly sold off pieces of land, some of which are not suitable for public housing, but others that are. Is there any issue? Is there any process going on behind the scenes to identify any land within council to make sure that there is suitable vehicles for the Brisbane Housing Corporation, who are doing a great job and get barely any support from our council, to deliver practical measures that our council can do something about No. Apparently, what's going on in the LNP party room is to have a little chat about how we can pick on the Queensland state Labor government and try and score some political points. Well, that is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
Point of order?
Yes.
Point of order, Councillor Sri.
Thanks. I have some sympathy with this line of argument from Councillor Johnston. I wonder if Councillor Johnston would take a quick question.
Sure.
Councillor Johnston, will you take a question?
Thanks. Yeah, and I think you're bang on that there's a lot of politicking going on here. And I agree that the council should be doing more to address the shortage as well. If you had to put like a figure on it or a rough, like I agree council should be putting land towards public housing as well, but what sort of dollar value per year should Brisbane City Council be putting towards delivering public housing directly or giving that money to Brisbane Housing Company, for example?
Thank you for your question. I'm not in a position right now to put a dollar value on anything, but I know from working with the Brisbane Housing Corporation myself, they have some great and innovative models, and we should be working with them. We should be supporting them with land, funding and policy to do more. So great question, and I appreciate it, but look, that would need a policy from this council to support public and affordable housing and what we could do. And again, I know you are a genuine supporter of this issue, and this is something you and I have discussed privately as well. So I just want to continue with this line of thought, though. I just am extremely concerned that this council, LNP Council, is prepared to tell the state government to do something, but will take no steps to do anything in this area of important social policy with a genuine issue to address the problem. And the Lord Mayor, his behaviour here is just pure political chicanery. And I'm offended that he thinks that the state government is going to buy it because he's putting up this motion before us today. I'm offended that the discussion in the LNP party room has been around, well, we'll just double what the state government has said. Where's your policy? Where's your reasoning? Where's council's contribution to this? None of that. This is purely political. And it is offensive to me. And I am extremely disappointed that this is the way that this administration has decided to go on such an important party political issue. The Lord Mayor is just trying to make himself look good by having a go at the Queensland State Labor government without doing a single thing. He is the leader of this city. He is the person responsible under the Act. He leads policy. He controls the majority. And what does this man do to progress an important social issue in our community for Brisbane residents? Nothing. He moves a political motion to attack the state Labor government, and he thinks that's going to score him some points. He thinks it's going to make him look green and furry and nice to everybody. Well, no, it's not. This council needs real solutions to real problems, and this Lord Mayor is only interested in playing political games and political chicanery. And I'll just say this, I'll be abstaining from the substantive motion as well, because I think people who live in public and affordable housing do have cars. I'd be really worried if there's no car parks in this development. In addition to obviously service providers, NIDS providers, nurses, Meals on Wheels, all those people who need car access, particularly to vulnerable people who do live in public housing. But many people in public housing do have a vehicle. Often for many of them, they've lived in their cars for a very long period of time. My neighbours are in public housing. We have quite a lot in Tennyson Ward, which is great. It's well integrated into our community. But we cannot just say no car parking because there are many people who do need it. Plus, we obviously need space for service vehicles. And in this part of the city, they'll never get a parking permit, and you will create a terrible, terrible problem for people.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Cunningham.
And the residents of my
Councillor Cunningham, could you start again? You are on mute.
Oh, Certainly, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Sorry about that. Look, I wish to enter the debate and support the Lord Mayor's motion and also offer some perspective as being from the neighbouring area. Now, obviously, it falls outside my ward and I'm familiar with it, and the residents of my ward traverse through this part of our city daily. My view is that we have an opportunity here to create a community which has access to employment opportunities, recreation and services, all supported by a variety of green transport options, including Cross River Rail, a busway station, and of course, the separated bikeway. One of the reasons that people tell me that they choose to live in the eastern suburbs is just that. It's about convenience and the lifestyle choices on offer. Within the bounds of our city, space to expand housing product is pretty limited, and gradually, like in all global cities, the inner suburbs will have to accommodate different housing typologies if we are to accommodate more residents and to ensure. Sorry, was someone interjecting then? I couldn't quite hear. I'll continue. If we are to accommodate more residents and ensure that we do provide options. As demand increases and supply decreases, particularly in this area, there are limited ways for us, and we're not able to just grow more land. Here we have a brownfield site, a large brownfield site, and it's a unique opportunity for our city to create a master plan development. It'll offer variety to ensure there are options for families and for essential workers. I also wanted to take the opportunity to comment on a related issue important to some residents in my ward, and that is that the families of students at East Brisbane State School are still waiting for a plan about the future of that campus. There's a chance that perhaps this site could be considered for that, but I don't know if it's the right place for a school or not. But there's been a complete vacuum of information about the school's future from the state government. And for all I know, they could be planning to permanently close East Brisbane State School. While the Olympics are 10 years away, I believe the Gabba redevelopment will be well and truly underway before then. There are families in the area that need certainty on education options that will be available to them.
Schools, of course.
There are families who want to live in the inner eastern suburbs, and we need to make sure that there are options for them. Mr. Chair, time after time, I've seen local candidates from the other parties jump on their soapbox and create these fake social media campaigns that fight development, to fight increased housing supply. These techniques are entirely paradoxical to what they claim to stand for. If they truly want better access and more affordable housing options, then I hope they will start to encourage their candidate to be more measured in their comments on social media.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Adams, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I couldn't figure out where my hand was going to come up so you could see it. Thank you for the call. And I stand to support the substantive motion that we have here before us today, and just put a bit of clarity around what was a sincere and genuine call on the state government to do more in the public and affordable housing, or social and affordable housing space in Brisbane. Because let's talk about the history of public and social housing when it comes to Brisbane. It was the Newman government in 2013 who announced and signed contracts for 2,600 new public houses in the Logan area, 1,000 refurbishments. That was 3,600 houses to be built or refurbished. And what happened to those?
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, point of order to Councillor Johnston.
This is about the Woolloongabba Station Priority Development Area, not Logan, not Campbell Newman, not previous LNP state governments. And I'd appreciate it if you can get the Deputy Mayor to address the motion and be relevant.
The debate has been fairly free-ranging on the whole issue of public housing, but Councillor Adams, I remind you of the motion before us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm very happy to debate this motion, as everyone has been doing. Councillor Johnson spoke about the Lord Mayor, whose name is not even in this motion for 8 of her 10 minutes. So I'll explain why we are calling on the Queensland government to do more, because they have done nothing. and with the cancellation of 3,600 homes from the Newman government that were going to be built or refurbished in 2013, which would be on the ground now for those families that need them, they cancelled them and announced 70. And as we've heard in the statistics today, that the tenancy increase over the last 4 years have been 287 houses, and the wait list has increased to 800. This is not political, Councillor Strunk. I will take your interjection. This is about calling on a government to do what is their role to do. On public government land with public housing that there is responsibility, take the opportunity. And Councillor Sri stands beside us on that. Take the opportunity. I'm sure Councillor Sri understands that we are not lowering our expectations on this, but we also have something that sometimes Councillor Sri and the Greens don't get, and that is reality. And the reality is we really want to see a doubling of what they are suggesting at the moment, and we want to see a cancellation of that in lieu opportunity to convert it to a financial contribution as well. And we think that a 30% is reasonable for them to say, yes, we totally agree. So did Councillor Cassidy, can I say, until you came up with something else, Councillor Sri. So the hypocrisy of a Labor saying, oh, yes, 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 they sit on the coattails, none of their own ideas. No, they're talking to housing providers, but we haven't heard a policy. We didn't hear a policy last election. It wasn't even rated in the con that was Patrick Condren when it came to policy announcements, but now apparently it's important again because we've brought it up. And we've brought it up because public housing is the state government's role, and we call on them to step up and do something about it. As the Lord Mayor mentioned, the 600 apartments on this site, that is a possibility for 30%, doubles, triples anything they've done in the last 4 years. It goes a long way to actually providing that housing. Now, there was a question about definitions here, and let me be clear, as some others may say, definitions are provided by the state government. It is the state government that define affordable and public housing. We are calling on either or all of any version of this in the 30% because, again, Councillor Cassidy said, let's get some clarity. Well, some clarity would be nice, but the state government never clarified how much of their PDAs are going to be public or affordable housing. And even if they do, they then don't stick to their guidelines when they deliver it. At the moment, nothing in North Shore Hamilton that was supposed to be public and affordable housing, which I'm sure the chair of the council will be familiar with. And we've got up 5% for the Athletes Village when it comes back online in 11 or 12 years' time. But we think the opportunity now on this high transit-orientated spot is perfect to make that call. And by all means, Councillor Sri, we will stand there with you. If they want to go higher than 30%, let's see it. That would be fantastic because it is about a site that is in public ownership, that has the opportunity and does need a reduction in car parking for that to happen. And I'll note too that we did not say no car parks on this site, something again that we don't totally agree on, Councillor Sri, I understand, but a reduced car parking definitely. Brisbaneites always need garaging. They're still in that phase. And that's one of the reasons why public housing is so controversial in the low density suburbs of Brisbane when they only do 0.7 car parking because people do have cars. So there does need to be some car parking here, but we definitely support a reduced car parking rate on this site because of all of the reasons that Councillor Owen mentioned when it came to transport. But let's also think about what council is doing here. We are advocating, and yes, the Lord Mayor is advocating to the level of government whose responsibility it is. But that does not mean that we don't have our own policies. It does not mean that we are not doing work in this place. Our community housing partnership has housed over 1,400 people since 2003. More than any other council can say that they've done right across the state as well. We do a lot of work in this space. We do support Brisbane Housing Company. And I can say in my own ward, the state government, which state government was that? Oh, that's right. The Newman state government gave state government land to Brisbane Housing Company at Malcrivat East, right behind Malcrivat Central in 2012. And now there is a 5-storey public apartment housing sector there, which has been fantastic for the locals who can move out of their public housing when they don't need three rooms anymore, open it up for families and downsize into apartments that were very, very nice. Wouldn't mind moving in there myself. But that's the opportunity you have when you have a government that does have social morality. And the Newman government were there doing it. This government does not care. Ironic, the Minister, Dabrini, it was his local area that he cancelled, had a philosophical desire to cancel 3,600 public houses in 2016 and has nowhere made up to that difference as well. So we welcome those councils that are supporting this debate today. It's been a long time coming till everybody agrees on something, and I still think that Councillor Cassidy is coming kicking and streaming because we don't hear the policy, we just hear the berating, but we'll take their agreement on this motion and we'll ask them if they're supporting Councillor Shree's, if they're supporting Councillor Shree's 100% on public or social housing on this site. I ask them to get down there to the other end into 1 William Street and pull the strings that Councillor Cassidy believes he has down there, because we'd love to see it. It would be a great outcome.
You just voted against it. Oh, sorry.
It would be an outcome that would be a good outcome as long as they're working on the green space, but we do not expect that that would be happening, as the Lord Mayor made very clear. This is based in reality. This is based on a good outcome for the local community, as Councillor Cunningham said, for the residents of East Brisbane that live and travel through this site, to reduce the car parking and the traffic, particularly with the Olympic venue as well. And I fully support this motion to call on the state government to increase it to 30% minimum on this site.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the substantive motion? No further speakers. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all councillors who have talked on this issue. We came in a genuine spirit to get a genuine outcome, and we've seen some really interesting contributions here. It's interesting to see both Labor councillors and then Councillor Shree somehow trying to claim some kind of high moral ground, yet if you actually go and have a look at the facts, there's some interesting things that have been revealed here. First of all, we haven't seen Labor put forward any proposals to boost social and affordable housing in Brisbane. And both Labor and the Greens, what their contribution to housing affordability in Brisbane is to oppose every new development that happens that they get the slightest bit of heat on. And they oppose it and they hold up developments, they oppose developments, and they try to stop development from happening. That certainly doesn't improve affordability. We know that to be the case. And so they speak with forked tongue on these issues. And the same goes for the so-called independent councillor who opposes even a blade of grass being touched in her ward. And so that's not helping housing affordability. Yet when we're making a helpful and positive contribution to help the state do their job, then suddenly the squealing and the squirming and the stepping over each other to try and outdo each other happens with both Labor and the Greens. Now, Labor has, as I said, not proposed anything in this space. We've never heard anything from them, and suddenly they're interested in it, and suddenly they want to jump on board. First, they were happy to support our 30%, and then they got a bit of one-up from Councillor Shree, and they jumped on that as well. And they jumped on it because they know that their state Labor government will not buy 90%. So it is very cynical what we've seen happen here. And the other thing is, and I mentioned, I didn't politically attack the state government. If you think this is an attack, you haven't seen anything. Literally, this was on low heat. This was like number 1 on the stove heat. If they want to see number 10, they'll be in for a surprise. But this is, we've been very.
Let us out.
And when I just sum up, I just wanted to talk about Councillor Shree. Now, Councillor Shree has a very good way of sort of, saying, oh, look, this was our idea, and it's good to see the LNP coming and part of the way towards our idea. They try and claim credit for basically everything we're doing, suggesting that it was somehow Greens policy or their idea. Well, in this case, I've got a document here, and it's a little bit hard to see given the Zoom setup, but it's actually Councillor Shree's ideas for the Gabba site. And it has two visions, two alternative visions that he's put forward and that he's posted on his website and social media. Now, one of them is a mixed use vision and one of them is a blue-green vision. Now, in his mixed use vision, this is his proposal for the site. Is it 90% public housing? Councillor Adams, is it 90% public housing?
No, it's 100% public housing. 100% of any dwelling site should be public housing.
The interesting thing is that parts of the site are taken up with office buildings, parts of the site are taken up with a whole range of sporting facilities and other things. And so it's quite fascinating. He's quite happy to have office buildings on the site. No one's living in office buildings. That's part of his plan. And guess what? The other one is even better. The second proposal for the site includes no housing whatsoever, zero housing. He calls it the blue-green vision. Now, I like the sound of that. I've got a blue-green vision too. It's about building green bridges and public transport and improving the livability and sustainability of the city. But his blue-green vision has no housing. So what's 90% of zero? That's zero. Zero. So Councillor Shree's suddenly really for 90% housing, but when he put out his proposal for the site, there was no housing on one of the proposals. There was, however, an urban...
What a waste of time.
And Johnston, please. No,
really?
There was, however, an urban produce farm, artisan fresh produce markets. And there's a good comment here about how sweet and tender the asparagus is going to be from that urban farm. So focused on growing asparagus on the site, but not on providing housing in one of his plans going forward. So let's get something that we can actually achieve. Let's get a real outcome here that can deliver real benefit. 600 units, more than the supply that the state government has provided for 5 years across the whole region. That is a real outcome. That's a positive outcome. That's what we put forward, and that's what we're supporting today.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We now move to the vote. First, checking, are there any councillors in the waiting room? Waiting for admission to the vote. Okay. The motion before us is item 8A, the notified motion. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Are there any abstentions? I declare the motion carried.
Division.
Division been called by
Seconded.
Councillor Adams and Councillor Hutton. Please ring the bells.
Hey, Lord Mayor, just so it's on your radar, I would point out that there is a real need for subsidised office space for non-profit orgs around that site. So a good one to keep an eye on, say, a lot of non-profit orgs.
Councillors, Councillor 3, please. We now move to the division as has been called on this motion. All in favour, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands. Any abstentions? Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 25 in favour and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Declare that carried. Councillors, I draw to your attention the notice of motion at item 8B on the agenda. Councillor Johnson, would you please move the motion?
Yes, I move that with Miss Barty's agreement, this council names Godiva Avenue Park, bordered by King Arthur Terrace and Godiva Avenue, Yurongpilly, adjacent to the Queensland Tennis Centre, in honour of Ash Barty, an extraordinary Queensland sportswoman, world #1 and Australian Open champion.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Cassidy.
Point of
It's
order.
been moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that with Ms Barty's agreement, this council names Godiva Avenue Park, bordered by King Arthur Terrace, and Godiva Avenue, Yurongpilly, adjacent to the Queensland Tennis Centre, in honour of Ash Barty, an extraordinary Queensland sportswoman, world #1 and Australian Open champion. Is there any debate?
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Landers.
Chair, under section 42, subsection 2, subsection C of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I move that the motion lie on the table until the appropriate consultation is able to occur.
No, this is wrong.
Absolutely
wrong, shameful, embarrassing.
Please, Councillor
of you.
Johnston,
You need to
don't interrupt
stop
the debate.
this. There's no debate. You can't do this. It is absolutely shameful
This is
and
a procedural
embarrassing.
motion, Councillor Johnson. It's been moved by Councillor Landers, and that the motion moved by Councillor Johnson lie
Shame on you people. You are a disgrace.
the table. I'll now
What
put
a
the motion.
disgrace.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I didn't hear you say that. I couldn't hear Councillor Landers. I'm sorry. For what period of time?
There's no definition of how long that.
No, Councillor Landers did say something. Then you have.
Until
Sorry,
the
I
appropriate
was here. There were
consultation
interjections.
is
Councillor
able.
Landers, can you read
How
your
would
motion
you know
again?
what
And there needs to be a
consultation
seconder as
has
well.
happened? You haven't spoken to me.
That the
We've done
motion lie on the
consultation.
table
You've
until
not
the
even
appropriate
allowed
consultation
debate.
Excuse me, Councillor
is able to
Johnston.
occur
You've not even
with Tennis
asked. You've not made
Queensland
any.
as well as the Barty family.
Is there a
This is
seconder?
wrong.
Can I?
The
I'm happy to
consultation has been done.
Sorry, I still didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, Chair. I'm putting my hand up to second it, but I please
So we
ask
have
Councillor
a
Landers
motion
be
that this
heard in silence.
Item lay on the table. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Adams. All in favour of that
No,
motion?
sorry.
Please.
I don't know why it's being laid on the table. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Can I
didn't
say
hear what
I'm
Councillor
totally
Landers said.
supporting Councillor Cassidy here. I think Councillor Landers needs to be heard in silence.
Chair, can
So
you read? I'm
you
sure
can
you've got that,
Listen,
Chair. You
I'm
sit in
raising
the
a
party
point of
room.
order about section 42C. It says that the motion may be moved at the conclusion of a speech on the matter by a councillor. I've not actually been allowed to speak. This motion has been tabled before any councillor has spoken. So the invocation of section 42 2C is being used improperly without any debate on this matter being conducted.
Well, someone didn't do their homework.
Okay, councillors, my error, I agree. We should allow debate to occur first before accepting the motion that has been forecast that it lie on the table. Councillor Johnston, give you time to debate.
I'm so ashamed of this LNP council, and I noticed the Lord Mayor has immediately dived off this debate. This is a disgusting and a shameful
Point of order, Mr.
exhibition.
Chair.
Point
And
of order
I
to you,
am
Councillor
appalled.
Adams.
Can I just ask for a clarification on moving a motion during a point of order to lay on the table? Can I now lay the motion on the table now that Councillor Johnson has started the debate?
Far out.
Councillor Adams, the motion can be moved at the end of a debate.
Thank you.
You're pathetic.
Excuse me, point of order, Mr. Chair.
You are
Order, Councillor Adams.
pathetic. You
I
are
asked-
really, really pathetic. No
Councillor
one can
Griffiths,
for it.
please.
You are pathetic.
I ask Councillor Griffiths to apologise and withdraw the 4 comments he just made on me for asking a question of the chair. I merely asked
From
a
debating this
clarification.
issue, you are appalling and
Councillor
pathetic.
Griffiths, Please.
And I'm not withdrawing it. There you go.
Your behaviour will be noted in the minutes.
Yep, noted.
Thank you.
Note hers too.
Councillor Johnston, please.
Can I just check I've got 10 minutes now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good on you, Nicole.
On the weekend, an extraordinary young Queensland woman won the Australian Open. I'm so upset by you people. What is wrong with you? This is a young woman who her whole life has dedicated herself to sport, to community, and to inspiring young people. She's an extraordinary sportswoman, an extraordinary athlete, and an inspirational role model to young people, and particularly young Queenslanders who play tennis. 2 years ago, I conducted a survey in my ward to determine whether a park in Yurongpilly, a new park, should be named after Ash Barty. That survey was comprehensively supported by Tennyson Ward residents. We raised the matter with Queensland Tennis, and at that stage, Miss Barty she felt that her achievements were not of a sufficient magnitude to have a park named after her. Now, let's be clear, I've conducted further consultation. I've raised this with the Queensland Premier. I've raised this with her federal member, Milton Dick, and I've raised it with the CEO of Tennis Queensland again. I am appalled that my own council is trying to block this motion. This young woman is an extraordinary role model. This young woman, Indigenous woman, has achieved something that no other woman has achieved in 44 years. I note that this Lord Mayor went out and named the Ashley Cooper Walkway in Yurongpilly without any consultation with anybody. So he went out and named a walkway after a man without consultation, without any reference to me or the local community. And it is appalling that this LNP administration is now saying there's got to be fake consultation done to do something that we know my local community supports, we know the tennis community supports, and we know that everybody except the LNP councillor support. I'm appalled that I have to have this argument over what should have been a very simple and a very straightforward recognition of an extraordinary young woman. You people are embarrassing and a joke. Now, on top of her recognition, she has a specific connection to my ward. During her time as a cricketer, Ash played cricket at Western Districts Cricket Club just down the road. She was part of a premiership winning team. This is a young woman who's made an extraordinary contribution to sport in our city, in my local community, and in our state. It is up to her whether she would like to have the park named after her. But I would have hoped today that this council would send a clear message to her that we admire and respect her role as an extraordinary athlete, sportswoman, and role model to young people around this state. My aim in moving this motion was to show her that we are unanimous, that we are full of admiration for her, that we are proud of her achievements. And at the heart of the Queensland Tennis Centre, a park that doesn't have a name, it's got a default name after a street, we're asking that a park be named after a young woman who absolutely deserves it. Now, it shouldn't be up to Councillor Sandy Landers from Bracken Ridge to claim that no consultation's been done. It shouldn't be up to Councillor Sandy Landers to go out and do the dirty work for the LNP Lord Mayor, who can't be bothered to be part of this debate, or vote for a woman to have a park named after him. He's prepared to have sporting men have things named after him, but when it comes to an open and relevant debate about an extraordinary young sportswoman, he sends out an LNP backbencher to do his dirty work. I am ashamed and disgusted by this council. Moving this motion today was to show her that we supported her, recognised her achievements, and in the heart of the tennis centre of this state, that we recognise her significant and extraordinary achievement as a young woman. And you people have absolutely destroyed your reputations, embarrassed yourselves, and forced me to have a debate about something that should have been, isn't Ash Barty brilliant? Isn't this a great achievement? Yes, our local community supports it. She's got connection to it in place, local, state, and citywide. And I am ashamed of you people. And Councillor Sandy Landers, if you're going to lie this motion on the table, I will just, I'm ashamed of you too. This should be a very straightforward and a very simple recognition of a young woman who is an extraordinary role model in our community. It is the right place to name a park after her. It is an unnamed park, It is appropriate. We don't have any parks in this precinct named after women, and it would be extraordinary to have one named after Ash Barty. Of course, there is more consultation to do with Miss Barty herself. I don't know what she would like it named, whether it's Ash Barty or Ashley Barty, but let me be clear. This council needs to start this process, and this motion is designed to do that. The consultation has already been undertaken. More consultation is already underway. Councillor Sandy Landers showed her true political gamesmanship by trying to stop me from even speaking on this motion. I am appalled and ashamed more deeply than anything you've ever done, because this young woman does not deserve the disrespect that you people have shown today. And I hope every single person who is watching this live stream or hears about it understands how awful and pathetic you people have been today.
Nicole.
Well done.
Yeah, well done. Further debate, Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Johnson believes she can pick out a cynical political ploy when she sees it. Well, we just saw that one there, because those tears were not about an Ash Barty name.
Oh my God, you
Those
are
tears were about Councillor Johnson not being able to name a park after Ash Barty.
bullying of her.
You are a grub. You are a grub.
Councillors,
Stop
please.
it. This is a distinguished young Australian Indigenous woman, and you need to stop it. It's not about me. You made it about me. Now stop it. Either
Councillor-
put it on
Councillor-
the table so I can vote against it, or debate it properly and let it go through. But either way, you stop it right now.
Councillor Adams, to the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I am standing on this motion to say we are not supporting this motion because Ash Barty is an amazing, extraordinary Queensland sportswoman, a world #1 and an Australian Open champion, a French Open champion, and a Wimbledon champion, as well as having Indigenous background. And the naming of a pocket park that is a detention basin is absolutely not the standard
It's a
we
district
think
park.
could be for Ash Barty. Pat Rafter
It's a
Arena.
district park.
Mr. Chair, could you please ask her to turn her microphone off so she can hear what we have to say?
You
Councillor
just want to
Johnson.
get your idea up and jettison hers. That's all you're doing.
Councillor Johnston and Councillor Strunk, please allow the speaker to be heard in silence.
Pat Rafter is also an amazing tennis player and has an arena named after him at the tennis centre. And he only won 2 of the Grand Slams. Ash Barty has already won 3 in the last 12 months. Godiva Park is not of a standard that we would expect in a tribute of a woman of such outstanding ability and representation for her community. The reason we are laying this, I foreshadowed that we will lay this on the table, is to talk further with Tennis Queensland, who are already in that discussion about the appropriate tribute to this extraordinary Queensland sportswoman. a detention basin pocket park, no matter how close it is to Yurong-Pili Tennis Centre, is not appropriate for the outstanding achievements of this woman. And for that reason, we will lay this motion on the table until further discussions are had with Tennis Queensland. An appropriate tribute is found for this extraordinary Queensland sportswoman, world number 1 and Australian Open champion.
The motion before us is to lie this motion on the table. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutton, thank you. It's
You
been
people are
moved by
disgusting.
Councillor
That's
Adams
just
and
so
seconded by
untrue.
Councillor Hutton. that
What
this
Councillor
motion
Adams has just said is so untrue.
lie on the table whilst discussions take place with Tennis Queensland about an appropriate recognition of the extraordinary tennis player Ash Barty. I'll now put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Adams and Councillor Cassidy. Please ring the bells.
You people are a disgrace. If Queensland Tennis want to name some infrastructure after her, I'd support that, but that's not my decision. That's a state government matter. Parks are in our purview and it's what our community wants. You people didn't even want to discuss this. I just...
Mr. Chair, turn her microphone off, please.
Turn yours off. It was perfectly okay for Schrinner to go out there and say Ashley Cooper walkway.
We're
no
now
problems.
putting this division to the vote. All in favour that this motion lie on the table, please say aye and raise your hands.
Aye.
Shame.
Any opposed, please say no and raise your hands.
No.
Any abstentions? Bucks.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
Thank you. Councillors, general business. I call to your attention, general petition first. My apologies. I'm running ahead of myself.
Petitions first.
Sorry, correction, yes. Councillors, are there any petitions? Oh, Councillor Allen.
Mr. Chair, I have a petition that relates to improved cycle facilities and cycleways on Nudgee Road.
Thank you. Are there any further petitions? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a petition with 5 signatories in regards to bus services in Pollara.
Thank you. Any further petitions? Councillor Landers, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions, please?
Mr. Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that all petitions as presented be received, referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Now, councillors, we move to general business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No councillors standing or raising their hand. Councillors, are there any matters of general business? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I just rise to wish all of our wonderful Vietnamese community a very happy Lunar New Year. Obviously, today kicks off the new year as we start to celebrate the Year of the Tiger. On Friday night, I was very fortunate to celebrate with my local Vietnamese community, the Vietnamese community in Australia, Queensland chapter. And the festival is undoubtedly one of the highlights of our cultural calendar here in the Jamboree Ward. And it's a great opportunity for locals from all backgrounds to celebrate what is amazing about our lunar celebrations, enjoying lion dancing, delicious food, and of course, firecrackers. So as we say goodbye to the Year of the Buffalo, we welcome the arrival of the Year of the Tiger, a symbol of strength, courage, and confidence. And there is one word that really stands out for me, and that is strength. And one thing that resonates in this beautiful Vietnamese community is the wonderful president, Dr. Bui. So it was wonderful to see on last week him acknowledged for his hard work in our community. So he was actually appointed as a member of the order, and this prestigious appointment was made for his significant services to multiculturalism, refugees, and of course the Vietnamese community. Dr. Bui and his wife, Dr. Kim Bui, are remarkable Australians, and it is fantastic to see their work acknowledged in this way. So just as a final thing, I would love to say congratulations to Dr. Bui and to wish everyone celebrating the Tet celebrations over the coming days. Wish you all the very best for a happy and prosperous new year.
Thank you. Further general business, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I want to echo those well wishes to Dr. Bui, the Queensland chapter president, who has been a stalwart for his community for probably 37 years now or more. The facility over at Dara, where the chapter is based, was established to actually look after some refugees, kids from Vietnam all those years ago, and it was supported by the Queensland government, and I think Peter Beattie had something to do with that, but I don't know the full history. But I just remember the love and the great satisfaction that Dr. Bui, when he talks about that time, the great work that he and others did in looking after those kids that were displaced from their families for one reason or another, and found themselves alone in a country that wasn't their homeland. Certainly, the Vietnamese Tet Festival, which usually sees around about 10,000 people attend, was very much scaled down as it was last year because of COVID. But the Vietnamese community are resilient, and they weren't going to let a bit of COVID to not to be able to celebrate and certainly in a reduced way. Over at the chapter there. So there was a couple hundred people there instead of 10,000. And of course, the Premier was there, and Milton Dick, the federal member, was there. And of course, Sarah Abele represented the Lord Mayor. And then we had a senator. We had a senator there as well, Senator Scarf. He was there as well. And he and Milton made a special presentation for Dr. Bui's elevation to probably one of the highest awards that you can get as a civilian in Australia. I'm just always amazed at how connected that community, the community of the Vietnamese community, is, and it's that great strength that they get from that connectedness, and make sure that the kids that are coming up are well schooled in the Vietnamese language, in the Vietnamese writing and reading, and the culture, of course. And you can see it whether they're 2 or 3 years old and they're running around having a bit of fun. You can just see the culture that they're running around with as well, and they really, even at that young age, embrace it. The other item I was going to speak about, and now I'm a little bit embarrassed to speak about it. Only embarrassed for the family of Ash Barty, but on Sunday I was walking around the lake having a look because we're starting the new planting there and the harvester's out and everything, and I came across Ash Barty's grandparents, and they were just so full of joy and happiness, and we're talking to anyone and everyone because they do live in the area and they do traverse the lake on a regular basis. And I'm so thankful I didn't mention this motion because I mean it wasn't a done thing, and I'm really thankful I didn't mention it, because I'm sure they'll be horrified if they even get wind or hear about this debate about naming a park after their granddaughter, because they're just so proud of her. And I just am appalled at the way the debate went forward, and it just reinforces me that anything Nicole brings up, no matter what it is, how great it is, the LNP are just not interested in anything that she brings up, however valuable it is. And in this particular instance, I just think if this is not a front page somewhere online tomorrow, I don't know what is. It should be front page right around Australia, what actually happened in this council chamber today. I'm just embarrassed that the way this went forward and the way it was just dismissed, because it's not good enough for Ash. Listen, I think that's up to Ash, Barney, and the family. And listen, we can name parks, we can name other infrastructures. There wouldn't be enough to be named, right? So I don't know why we're just getting so caught up in the fact that it's not a big, massive park like Victoria Park, you know. So I'll just finish my comments there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers on general business? Can I remind all councillors to set the topic at the beginning of your speech before you talk to it?
Sorry about
Councillor
that,
Sri. Councillor
Thanks,
Sri,
Chair.
you have the floor.
I'd like to speak briefly on the food waste program that council set up, and also on green space in Highgate Hill. I want to congratulate the administration for that very positive initiative. I think it's a really good first step. Once again, good to see you picking up a Greens idea. I'm sure the mayor will love hearing me say that. But yeah, it's a start. It doesn't quite go as far as I would have hoped. But I think it is a step in the right direction. It'll be interesting to see how the trial develops. I did specifically want to point out, though, and draw to Councillor Marx's attention, and to the attention, actually, of any of the councillors in the city. Councillor Vicky Howard should probably pay attention to this as well. I say this because those areas that have particularly high rental populations, is that currently for a renter to get a green bin can be a fair bit of a rigmarole. You have to reach out to your real estate agent. We know how slow real estate agents can be to get back. The real estate agent has to pass on a request to the landlord. Maybe the landlord takes a while to consider it. Then the landlord might decide, okay, yeah, we'll get the green bin. It can take quite some time. And some landlords will just say no just because they're jerks, or because they don't want the hassle, they don't want the cost or whatever. And my concern is that while this scheme is really good, there is a practical barrier for tenants to get green bins. And so hopefully Councillor Marx, you'll listen to this and we'll reflect on this and think about whether there's a way we can create a fast track process for tenants to request green bins, even if they have to pay the cost or whatever, so that they can participate in those compost schemes. For example, in my electorate, I think it's now about 65% of residents are renters. That's huge. So you're rolling out this trial in suburbs like Dutton Park and Highgate Hill. And I'm a little worried that because, not many people will have green bins to start with, and it'll be quite difficult for renters to get green bins, that maybe the uptake won't be quite as high, even though there are heaps of people and heaps of tenants in particular who would love a system like this and to be able to participate. And in particular, noting that often it's renters who might have a bit more trouble getting a permission from their landlord to set up a compost system on their own site. So, a tenant, maybe a landlord will say, no, you can't have a compost pile in the backyard, or no, there's no room for composting bins on site. So tenants in particular would really benefit from being able to access this scheme. I believe, and maybe this is worth further investigating, but tenants do have the ability to request repairs for recycling bins and stuff like that. So there's already that mechanism for tenants to do that without the landlord having to be involved. And it would seem to me that this is a fairly small thing about accessing a free service or a service that council's providing as a matter of routine. I think it doesn't seem too unreasonable to suggest that tenants should be able to request green bins directly. We allow tenants to get other things, other council services that are connected to the property address. I think now tenants can even get native plant vouchers, can't they? That was something we were pushing for a little while ago. Anyway, waste vouchers, etc. So yeah, we already have many precedents in council where tenants can request stuff that we would normally leave up to the property owner. And I just really think it's quite important that we don't overlook renters in this on this one, because it's really a good idea and I really want the trial to succeed. But I've already had tenants approach me and say, oh, Jono, we really want to participate, but we don't have a green bin. We don't even, like, our landlord never gets back to us about stuff. Yeah, so simple online form, request a green bin, doesn't have to be the owner of the property. They just have to, show proof of their lease or whatever. I think there are some other council processes where we ask for, say, a resident parking permit. If you're a tenant, you can get a resident parking permit, even if you're not the property owner, and you just have to show proof of your lease. So there's already precedent and mechanisms there. I won't labour the point, but please do think about it, and hopefully it's something that we can move on soon, rather than being like, yeah, we'll think about it, and 6 months later you're like, oh yeah, by the way, tenants can get green bins. Let's do it now, while everyone's really excited about the trial and there's a lot of interest in it. Turning to the second thing I wanted to, well, actually just briefly on composting, I will just add that we shouldn't lose sight of the importance and the sustainability value of encouraging composting in local areas. That collection service is a great idea, but particularly in high density inner city areas, there's still a lot of value. And in fact, not just high density inner cities, any part of the city, it is most sustainable for residents to be composting food scraps on their own property. I live on a houseboat and we compost all our own kitchen scraps. We even compost our poo, which is another story. But if we can compost on a houseboat and do it safely and sustainably, there's no reason that we shouldn't be encouraging other people to do it as well. So, like, great that we're collecting compost, but remember that there is a big carbon footprint and a big environmental footprint and a traffic footprint of lots of garbage trucks having to drive all the way out to the outer burbs. So it makes sense and it saves on landfill, and on balance, I can see that it is better for people to be putting their food scraps into a green bin that get composted as opposed to be put in a landfill truck. But we do really need to be encouraging localized composting as well as that. But yeah, turning to the other point I wanted to speak about, which was another idea that I hope the LNP will take up or copy at some point, and I just wanted to put it out there. Any councillors who are in front of a computer might like to quickly look up this location I'm talking about. The easiest way to find it on Google Maps is to search for 115 Gladstone Road, Highgate Hill. So it has a few street addresses, but if you look up 115 Gladstone Road, Highgate Hill, you'll see in the aerial map a large red roofed structure, which is an old water reservoir. It's still active and it's on council land, and it's owned by Brisbane City Council and essentially managed and operated by Queensland Urban Utilities. This is a really interesting location because it's right at kind of one of the highest points of Highgate Hill. That's why they chose it, because it's at the top of the hill, makes sense for a water reservoir. This is an amazing location for a public park or public space. And I think presents a really good opportunity for council to be able to create new public parkland on that site without actually having to fork out and pay the cost of buying a site. So I'm putting this on the radar, and I'm encouraging Councillor Tracy Davis in particular to look at this. I realise it's a complex set of steps to negotiate with urban utilities and all that sort of stuff. But looking at the current structure, it does seem quite feasible that the structure could be reinforced with a stronger roof, covered over and turned into a public park with the water reservoir underneath. So we're not saying decommission the water reservoir, we're just saying, look, this is inner city land with great hilltop views in an area that's low on green space. Why don't we make it fill two roles? And I know that there are a few other water reservoirs around Brisbane that council has taken a similar approach where you can go up on top of the water reservoir to a lookout, or you can essentially the roof of the reservoir functions as a public space. And I think that would be great to see that happen here on this site. So it's on Gladstone Road, it's next to Hazelwood Street. And I really encourage the LNP administration to take a look. And if any councillors are driving along Gladstone Road, just pull into Hazelwood Street and have a look at imagine what the views would be like from that park if we created that as a riverside park, as a hilltop park. Just on that same topic of green space in 4101, Councillor Davis, I've written to your officers about the site at 129 Hardgrave Road. 129 Hardgrave Road is a vacant block of land. It's 1,000 square metres. It was an old block of flats, and the owners demolished it without really warning anyone, and are now selling it. So it's right in the area that's identified on the local government infrastructure plan as being appropriate for a new park. So this location is in the LGIP as future parkland. It's very rare for blocks like this to come up for sale in West End. And I know in the past, council has been reluctant to acquire sites for parkland where it would involve demolishing character housing. And Councillor Adams and I had some good chats about that in the past. But this is a vacant block of land, which would be a great opportunity to create a new public park. And like I said, this location is already listed in the LGIP. So 129 Hardgrave Road, please raise this with your officers. I understand it's going up for auction soon, and it would be a really good opportunity for council to secure that site, knowing that our officers have been trying to find land for parkland in that area for some time and haven't been able to identify any other suitable sites. So let's get onto this one while the opportunity is there. All right, thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Street. Any further speakers in general business? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak about to thank actually the Lord Mayor and Councillor Wines, the Chair of Infrastructure, on the completion of another road upgrade over the summer recess. And I'd also like to firstly just clarify that we are all proud of Ash Barty, and that is why we would like to really do something special. And by discussing this with Ash and Tennis Queensland, I believe that she will be well aware that we feel that way and that we want to do something significant. I am disappointed that I was personally attacked, and for something that was just a sensible suggestion that seems to have been lost on others. But getting back to the infrastructure in my local area, this is another project that was completed on time despite unpredictable weather, and the Dorval Road upgrade at Aspley has included drainage, curb and channeling, road resurfacing, more street parking, footpath and active travel upgrades. And thanks to the federal funding following lobbying by the local member for Petrie, Luke Howarth, we received this federal funding, and yet again we've been able to complete another local road upgrade. I have to say that every time I'm out at the local shops or out in my community lately, residents are actually engaging with me to say thank you and how fantastic this upgrade is, and what a difference this the Norris Road Barber Road intersection is, and what a difference it is making in their commute every day. We are, of course, very excited that stage 2 of the Norris Road will be commencing soon, and this upgrade will further increase the safety of the road. It will see Pritchard Place intersection at Norris Road signalised with intelligent lights that will allow school traffic to flow safely during peak times, and also create a safer crossing for pedestrians and a loading zone for buses and commuters. And of course, everyone is looking forward to the Beams Road upgrades. And I want to say thank you to the council officers who've worked on all these projects throughout the pandemic. They have not slowed down, and they've managed consultation with the community throughout the pandemic while delivering all these projects on time and under budget. And meanwhile, they've created local jobs using local workers. And can I just finish by saying that all the infrastructure projects not only benefit my local area, but all of Brisbane, and in fact, even Moreton Bay. That community is benefiting from all these upgrades as well. And all these works have gone to making Brisbane even better by improving safety while busting congestion for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Further general business items? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just briefly, I just want to talk about Ash Barty and correct the record in something that Councillor Landers just said. She claimed, and is trying to rewrite history here, that she was personally attacked, Chair. Councillor Landers said that she was personally attacked for putting up a suggestion for a different park to honour Ash Barty, and when in fact she did nothing of the sort. What she tried to do was shut down debate immediately before Councillor Johnston could even move that motion and speak to that motion. So I understand the Deputy Mayor got to make that point after the standing rules of this place were reminded. You were reminded about the standing rules of this place, but Councillor Landers was not attacked for, in my mind, for putting up a different suggestion. What she did and what she continues to do in this place, meeting after meeting after meeting, is shut down debate and shut down democratic debate. And that's something that we are now raising with the Department of Local Government in seeking how you are running these meetings, Chair, how LNP councillors are abusing the rules and bastardising democratic debate in this place. And what we saw this afternoon was a pretty bad example. If Councillor Landers or the Deputy Mayor had some concerns, why didn't they just pick up the phone and speak to Councillor Johnston about it? I'll raise it before the end of the meeting. Here we go.
Councillor.
Raise it before the meeting instead of just moving a procedural motion that it lie on the table with no explanation. They say, Chair, the LNP councillors say they want people to put notices of motion, give notice, put motions on the notice paper, and then out of the blue, they just move that they lie on the table. And in some cases, for years. So this is a complete bastardisation of council's process for their own political games. But to the substantive part of what Councillor Johnston was trying to achieve in recognising Ash Barty's great achievements over the weekend, I think was something very good, and that's why I supported her in not just recognising that locally in a significant district park. I'm not sure if Councillor Adams has been out there. She said it was a detention basin. I thought the word was retention basin, but perhaps it is detention basin. But it's a great park. If you look on Google Maps, which maybe the Deputy Mayor did, I think it shows that it was under construction at some point. But it's actually a lovely park with some great facilities in it adjoining the tennis centre. And sure, when things are named after people and statues are put up, they're often not the only thing. And it was a very nice gesture. And that performance we saw from Ash Barty was certainly one of the most formidable performances we've seen in a very long time. And she's going to go down in history as one of the real greats, not just as a Queensland great and Australian great, but a world great. She's humble, gracious, inclusive, respectful, and kind, and a very, very proud First Nations woman. And a great role model, not just for young people, but I think for all people across the country. And we're very lucky to call her someone who comes from southeast Queensland. I know Ipswich has that claim to fame as her home, but of course Brisbane's played a very big role in her success, and it's all our success as well as a sporting region. So I think starting that discussion in naming a park, a great local park after her, would have been a very good thing. And it was actually very disappointing to see how this LNP administration treat those kind of suggestions. If you can't make it a notice of motion, you can't suspend standing orders to debate things in here, then what is the point of even pretending that this is a place of democracy, Chair?
Thank you. Any further speakers in general business? Nobody raising their hand. I declare the meeting closed.
See you later, everyone. Have a good evening.